In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. I just thought with everything going on in the world right now, that was the intro to go with. The Punisher. It's a story of war. It's a story of going to battle. And I just thought maybe that opened for today's show, seeing as the last time we left you, we were indeed not at war. And now, whether we want to be or not, it is kind of weird. As I was watching the coverage of the Iran bombing stuff. By the way, good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
I'm kind of jumping in right away. We're not going to do the Iran stuff all the way right away. We're going to do some goofy shit. I saw that the Liver King lost his fucking mind at Joe Rogan. I haven't even had time to watch the video. I woke up and someone had tweeted it to me. And it's like 2 videos, a total of like 5 minutes, and he's just going off. I've only heard about 15 seconds of it. He's walking around his house screaming about Joe Rogan with what looks like a wound on his nose. I don't know. But we've got that. We got a lady who says a guy farted on her in the grocery store.
Oh, yeah, I know about that.
You know about that one? We've got that. And then, of course, the Iran stuff. And when like I said, when we left Friday, we weren't at war yet. And when were we supposed to go to war? It was like Tuesday, right? We were talking about it?
Yeah, because it was literally if they did anything, like if Iran did anything to us, but we also had assets in the area to protect our interests. And what was it? I thought was it me and you were saying, was it the Nimitz?
The Nimitz, the Nimitz was on its way.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, dude, that ship's about to be retired.
Yeah.
That's awfully interesting.
We didn't do the false flag thing. We just went right in and dropped bombs. I don't know if we were hoping Iran would launch a missile at a base or something like that or what, but we went in there with some B-2 bombers. We dropped some big, bad, hairy bombs, and I guess we wiped out 3 nuclear sites, and then nothing since, right?
I haven't heard anything, no.
Iran says they're going to activate Hezbollah sleeper cells. Iran says they're coming after our bases. Trump says, if you do that, we're going to bomb you harder. And then if we bomb them harder, then Iran's going to attack more of our bases, and then the United States. I thought this took some balls on our part. So we bombed Iran. We wipe out 3 nuclear facilities. We set even peaceful nuclear power back decades, to which in 5 years, Benjamin Netanyahu will tell us that Iran's trying to develop a nuke again. Now you have countries just outright saying they'll give them to Iran. They'll just give them nukes. Like North Korea said, we'll give you nukes. I think Russia was threatening to give Iran nukes and just said, hey, skip the developing them part. We'll just, I mean, Russia's got more nukes than anybody in the world.
Right.
So they can
Russia's
hand
got
off
plenty to spare.
Yeah, they can hand off some Kreplakistan nukes and then Iran's covered. But it's funny. We bomb the shit out of them. And then we say, hey, Iran, it's time to come to the peace table now and we can end all this. So
yeah, it's time to negotiate now that we've punched the shit out of you.
It's like Japan.
Sit down and talk.
It's like Japan after Pearl Harbor going, all right, we took a peace now. That's like a weird, more of an Italian than a Japanese, but you get the idea. It really is like you bomb the shit out of a place and then you go, oh, you cool? Like we good now? No, we're not good.
Now remember, if you weren't fucking around, I wouldn't have had to fucking hit you. Now you want to sit down and talk? What is this?
What did we do or what did they do to us?
They pissed off Israel.
They pissed off Israel. And we're an Israeli colony, so
yep.
I mean that really is about what it that's about what it amounts to at this point. Yeah. We're an Israeli colony, and whatever they need militarily, we will provide. I mean, I'm not a grand strategist, obviously, but it seemed like they were doing fine on their own. Like it always goes that way in the Middle East. Israel drops bombs all over a place, and then that place sends shitty missiles and rockets back at them, and they shoot down almost all of them.
Yeah. And then they send us in to mop up so that way if the country that they're attacking is mad at anybody, it's hopefully us first. It's a weird diversion tactic.
And, I will say this. I thought Trump was going to lose a lot of support. I thought Trump was going to, overnight, the American people were going to be like, you said no more wars. This is bullshit. But as I'm looking around, it's not as much as I thought it would be. I think there's a lot of people who are just Team Trump. It's the cult of personality thing. They love him no matter what. And no matter what he decides to do, that's because he does it, then that makes it the right thing to do. So
it's exactly what I was worried about when people were, oh, Trump's the one to go with. I'm like, yeah, but are you going to be accountable? Are you going to hold him accountable? Nah.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says the Ayatollah was quoted as saying, we are not a nuclear threat. Someone did this to us. Yeah, but I'm not sure he would be lying if he said that. I don't really see. I mean, those of us who lived through the Iraq War, this kind of sounds like the same shit.
Right?
We want their leader out of there. So we're saying wild shit about nuclear weapons, and we've made no effort to prove that they have them or are seeking them.
Oh, yeah. We literally, our intelligence, our chief intelligence officer or whatever she's called, Kristi Noem, said they didn't have them. Trump goes, oh, I don't care what she said. We're bombing them.
No, Tulsi, you're thinking of Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, yes. Thank you.
Kristi Noem's in charge of throwing out the Mexicans.
Oh, damn it. So she's the one I like. But no, so we say, oh, they don't have nukes. They don't have nukes. We like overnight, like so many things that happened in the last administration, just overnight, all of a sudden we went from they don't have nukes to we're attacking their facilities. And at no point did we ever really establish or prove the nuke thing. We just said, no, they have these facilities and we're going in and hitting them.
Yeah, what happened was Israel decided that they wanted to get the Ayatollah out of there. So they decided they would we then decided that we were wrong. And they were so magnanimous of us to admit where we were wrong. So because all this happened on my way up to camping, or on my way to pick up the kids. I don't subject my kids to this. Once I picked them up and we were headed to camping, it was different. But I was watching a lot of history of the formation of Israel documentaries, Iranian Revolution. I watched a couple of those documentaries just to kind of see where we are now. And after watching, like, really neutral, not biased, but really neutral, like how Israel came to be and Zionism and all that, I don't understand how Israel's like positions and morals, I don't understand how they link up with America. Like, I don't get I don't get how we're allies. Like, I look up how
they have something on us or they paid people off.
They're a country born out of terrorism. Like, that country was born out of legit terrorist attacks. Like Israel, the Zionists who came to Israel, a place where people were already living, and just started killing people. And then when those people went, fuck you, you're a visitor here, we're not letting you build a country here, and they killed them back, then they would kill more of, the Zionists forming Israel is not that much different than if Hamas won and got a country. The only difference is the people of Hamas fucking lived there forever. So
yeah, but Israel said that was their land. It was promised them by God, so you can't go against that.
But the borders of modern day Israel do not reflect the borders of the homeland they were talking about from the biblical times. It's a different country.
Oh, no, it isn't. Same one.
God.
It's Jesus'.
You know what? I think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
I think I need sensitivity. I think I need to go to Auschwitz so I can learn that I'm wrong. Is that what I need to do? Look, I ain't shitting on Israel. You want to go in and invade a place and fuck people up like Lord knows I'm an American. I can't shit on you for that.
Right.
You know, invading a place you don't belong and then taking it from people and whatever. But like, we pretend we didn't do they didn't do that. And then the Iranian Revolution, the Islamic Revolution and the people who took over are retarded and they set Iran back decades. But like the Shah was a fucking asshole. he was a bad guy. So much so that in the 50s, when Iran wanted a different guy in there, we got rid of that guy and put the Shah back in. And they were mad at us. So I don't know. People like Trump and they like, I saw a lot of people being like, kind of doing the America fuck yeah thing. You know? Yeah, America's back. These were the same people who were like, enough of these fucking wars are bullshit. America first, MAGA and shit like that. And then now this weekend, I'm seeing them go, yeah, Ron, suck it. We're fucking them up. And it's like, I don't know. It's just, like I said, there's a lot less people mad about
critical
this.
Of this that you were hoping?
I think pretty much Dave Smith.
Yeah, but Dave Smith's always pissed.
I think Dave Smith is the only one who's really, really mad about this.
Yeah, Dave Smith, what is it? He wants him recalled or something?
Impeached. He wants him impeached and thrown out of office. Yeah. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know what crime Donald Trump committed. You have to commit it to be impeached.
You have to really commit a crime.
Legit a crime. And remember, the Supreme Court made it even harder to do that because they basically said the president can commit crimes as long as he's doing his job. If the president's doing his job, you can't prosecute him for crimes. So remember when everyone, like there's that scene in Frost Nixon, and everyone shit on Nixon for saying this. Remember his being interviewed with David Frost, and David Frost says, are you saying that the president can do things that are illegal? And Nixon's response was, I'm saying when the president does it, it's not illegal. And that was like, oh my God, that's a terrible fascistic thing for him to say. Now the Supreme Court has codified Nixonian approach into law by going, when the president does it, it's not illegal.
You sons of bitches, why the hell did you come after me when you let that guy go?
I cut off one arm, and then I cut off the other, and I'm not a good butcher. End of Silence says, our 33,000-pound bunker buster bombs only weakened them. We will now protect our greatest ally by sending Americans to die in Iran. Yeah, what if they overthrow their leader and the UN or like NATO decides we need to send a peacekeeping force in there?
No, we don't.
Uh-oh. The Terrible Great Reset says we are in an undeclared war, which is illegal, unconstitutional, to do the bidding of Israel. Yet again, it's not illegal. We have the War Powers Act. Trump can fuck with Iran for 90 days before he has to go to 60 days, before he has to go to Congress and say, you know, he doesn't even have to get a declaration of war. He just has to go ask Congress, can I keep doing this shit?
Can I keep blowing shit out of this country?
Yeah. Well, phrasing. But they'll throw Trump off.
Think about that.
They'll throw Trump off a building for that.
Yeah.
McBusted says nobody sends other countries' children to war like we do. Bing, bing, bing. Yes. So we're going to get to all of that later today, but as of right now, we're going to try and do a couple of things about farts and meltdowns, and then we'll take both of our otherwise clean hands and we'll shove our hands into the muck and mire of international events, and we'll be the only people sitting in front of microphones this morning mad about this. Democrats don't count. They're mad about everything Trump does, so that's kind of lost its luster. But
yeah, that's the boy who cried wolf.
I thought MAGA would be America first, but I think the majority of them they're still down with Trump. They're like, and they're running out of excuses because I heard them this weekend. They're like, yeah, well, imagine what would happen if Kamala was president. And I'm like, this exact same thing. You'd be getting.
That's the only thing I have with people like, oh, what would happen if Kamala was president? This. And then other people are like, well, wouldn't you rather have had Kamala president? No, we would have been right here anyway. It's just because I'm here doesn't mean I approve of the other person.
Right. I don't want Kamala Harris as president. I want Trump to do what he promised. That's what I want. But I will say, they're like, what if Kamala was president? If Kamala was president, we'd have this same thing just without tariffs. That's about. Oh, and there'd be more trans stuff. Probably. So, yes, I'd still much rather have Donald Trump. I just want him to do what he says.
To not suck.
Yeah. To tell Israel once in a while, no. Or not even no. But just like call, like don't do shit for other people, you know?
Yeah.
Just don't do shit for another country. Do it for our country.
But there's no reason for us to do it. That's the problem.
I tell you what, so this weekend was this was a rough one this week. It was hot.
Yeah.
I was outside for most of it, and I still don't feel right. I feel a little fucked up.
You invited me out, and I'm like, yeah, I can't
Yeah.
go. I went up. My daughter had she had her cousins up to celebrate her birthday because they couldn't make it for her birthday party. So they were up and celebrating, and I went upstairs just to hang out with the party when it was upstairs in the house. And then they went outside to the little kiddie pool we have out there. And I just went, yeah, no, I'm going back downstairs. I can't do this. My legs wouldn't move. I've got a horrible problem with my spasticity kicking up, and the heat just makes me melt. It just was horrible.
I thought yesterday, I'm like, you know what? If I get out before 8:00, I can golf. And no, I went golfing yesterday, and by the time I got home, I wasn't doing well.
Yeah, you felt really fucked up?
I felt fucked up. I felt dizzy. I was slamming water. If you don't know, the heat index was in the hundreds all weekend here in Minnesota. And most of the weekend before golfing, I was camping with the children and the family and everybody. A bunch of people were out there. And Saturday, when it started getting really hot, my dad and I were just sitting out on the deck of one of the campsites, and we're just going, it's sweat and standing still weather.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you're standing there and you're just drenched. And
the humidity's too much.
Yeah, we're working on wiring up riding toy cars for my son and shit like that. And I'm just like, God, the kids meanwhile are in the camper. They're just in the air conditioning. They're just taking it easy. And they're like, oh, it's so hot. I was even yesterday, I didn't go back outside other than to go to the grocery store once. I didn't go back outside after I went golfing, and it didn't matter. I still I felt drained, really fucked up.
Well, then I'm especially glad I didn't do a whole lot of going out this weekend because, that would have destroyed me as it is.
No, you would have died.
Yeah.
You would have died if you would have went out.
Frail man. I would have died.
Dame Dash says it was in Florida all last week, felt exactly the same as it did there. Yeah, it's Florida kind of has to deal with what we dealt with on a regular basis.
That's like your Florida summer.
Yeah. I was there Memorial Day weekend, and it was It was close. It wasn't quite as bad as it was in Minnesota this weekend, but it was close. And then I go out and I get my monthly package that I get from Cheetos, plus his sponsorship of a hole for the golf tournament. And he found a book. Now, I know that it's going to be funny when I show you the book that Cheetos sent me.
Okay.
But I want to point out that while the laughs are going to be at my expense with this book, he had to find this book.
Okay.
I want to point out that he had to search for it, he had to look for it, he had to get it, and then send it to me. So it's kind of like delivering plutonium barehanded to somebody. It's like, yeah, you're probably going to give them radiation poisoning, but like you're barehanded.
Get it too.
Yeah, you've got it too. So I just want to point out, before I show you the book that Cheetos gave me, he had to go get this book. He had to find it and go get it, or possible, take it from his collection.
I don't know, that looks pretty new from here. There's a fair amount of gloss on that cover.
It was written in, the author put their name on it. Oh boy. This is 2021.
Okay, so it's a newer book.
Was written. Would you like to see what it's called?
Yes.
Johnny, why don't you go ahead and read that?
Naked Twister, an erotic adventure.
And who is that on the cover? Who are what are those?
Those look like two dudes.
Those are two dudes. Those are two dudes on the cover of the Cheetos.
Thank you, Cheetos. You are a blessing.
The Cheetos gift this month was
that is awesome.
Naked Twister book. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Bigot on Socialist Media says, gay naked twister. Is there a difference? Is there a difference? If it's naked twister, there's a good chance it's gay. You know, it's probably gay. All right, let's do it. We're back to goals today. Heat stroke and goals. That's what Steel Toe does. 320 is the number, so it's almost a full one. Thank you to Aaron for 10, not me, Aaron, a different $10 to start us off this week. We appreciate that. 320 is our number. Sounds daunting. We haven't had a goal like that for some time, but honestly, $5-10 here and there. If you start right now, we'll have that thing hammered out by 8 o'clock. You guys can do it. Gifted memberships, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Los Federales says it's 7:19 a.m. and it already feels like 45 Celsius in Toronto, Canada. Dude, in English, please. By the way, this is an amazing video that shows how those bombs that the states dropped work. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later when we get to the bombing portion of today's show. We'll get to our bombing segment. Well, I mean, every segment.
I don't know if that's the right way.
Every segment, technically a bombing segment here on Steel Toe. Rocco wants to know how many pages I've read already. I have not read any. You know what? For every $10 donation, I will read a sentence.
Oh, dear.
For every $20 donation today, I will read a paragraph. And for every $50 donation, I will read a page out of Naked Twister. That's the deal.
It's a pretty thin book at that rate.
10 sentence, 20 paragraph, 50 page of Naked Twister. That's the deal.
Watch people just start sending you 50, so you have to read consecutive pages.
That's fine, because you know what'll happen?
What?
$50 will come in.
All right.
God bless America. Okay, let's do some damage here before we get into war and bombings and Muslims and Jews and Christians and all of this. Let's go with something a little more. We got two lighthearted items to start the show today. One of them is a lady who Some are saying made up a story about farts in a grocery store. I don't care if it's made up or not. I'm here for the story. And then we have Liver King walking around his house for a solid 5 minutes screaming about Joe Rogan. Apparently, Joe Rogan and the Liver King they're not cool. This is probably going to really upset Joe Rogan. I don't know if you watched the Liver King documentary on Netflix that they released this year.
I have not.
No need to waste your time. It's really boring. I watched it. Did I even finish it? I think I finished it, but it's like blah, 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 blah. He did steroids, blah, 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 done. He likes to take his kids hunting. Here's the Liver King documentary in a nutshell. Miss Lippy's car is green. Billy likes to drink soda. Now you've seen the Liver King documentary. Congratulations.
So it's on par with its content. All right. There.
Yeah. Let's do the woman crying mad because someone farted at the grocery store. This is people are questioning whether or not this actually ever happened. I say you're missing the point. She's fantastic. Let's take a look.
It's fresh because it just happened.
That's a great way to start a fart video. It's fresh because it just happened.
Just happened.
Well, those are the best times to report on something like that. You know, you don't want to recall it from memory. You'd like to have it straight from the sensories. You know.
Yeah, you don't want it once it's gone stale.
Yeah.
But my wife and I.
Of course. Okay. You didn't have to tell us. You could have said spouse. We'd have figured it out on our own.
We just went to the grocery store right by our house, just to buy like junk food and stuff, you know, because we're really tired. Just wanted some sweet treats. And we were walking down an aisle, and there were like two guys that walked up next to us. You know, Peyton like walked away. My wife walked away for just a second, and they were like snickering to themselves or something.
First of all, as I watched the first 30 seconds of this, I wouldn't tell this story to a friend or relative, let alone the entire, like, strangers on the internet.
The level of emotional distress is upsetting to me, but the story, like, when you listen to it, just starts seeming more and more like it's less believable. Like, dude, like, two dudes just walked up to her, snicker. Dude, do you snicker with your friends? Do you run around snickering like, hey, let's do this? There was a time
where, yeah, I totally would have. I hate
As an adult?
I don't mean to know but you, but when I was like, well, no, probably like, yeah, but like late teens.
Okay.
Late teens, if I farted on somebody in public,
yeah,
I
but
would.
Like preemptively, like let's go up there and fart on her.
Oh, like planning no, I never planned a fart attack.
Like when you and your buddies start fucking snickering to each other because there's a crop dusting a coming. Like no.
Come to think of it, if I accidentally farted on a lesbian, I'd be mad at myself. Like I'd be embarrassed. If I accidentally farted on a lesbian, I'd walk away in shame and I'd be like, guys, let's go, let's get out of here, let's go. We gotta go, dude. It's over. It's done. We gotta. No, I don't care. Go check out. I'm going in the car. I just farted on a lesbian. So you're right. Yeah, I don't think I would have giggled at this. I would have hung my head in shame.
And like I didn't really think much of it, so I'm just looking at the candy aisle trying to decide what candy I want.
Oh, could you imagine? You're trying to find some sweets. You got a particular taste in your mouth. You're thinking, that's
the
going
one
to
you're
be
expecting, though.
It's going to be delicious, and then all of a sudden you just smell shit.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, oh, maybe I'll get some chocolate-covered pretzels. Oh, maybe I'll get some M&Ms or so, and then you just smell rotten ass, and it just ruins whatever sensory thing you had going on at the time.
So much for fudge.
Yeah. Or maybe an uncontrollable urge for it. Who knows?
Ooh.
Who knows? Nutella's out. That's for sure.
I love Nutella.
Well, looks like runny shit.
It does.
And he walks by and gets like inches from me and just rips one, like farts like this far from me. That's disgusting to say. I can't even believe I'm having to say this, but he did.
It must have been. Dude, I I'm upset. Like, I need to know how this fart sounded. I need to know.
Like a pitcher winding up. Like he turns and one of his legs comes up and just
Yeah, like turns his hip, and then as he releases, slowly turns the hip back, squares the shoulders. I need to know, like, I don't think I've ever farted in a way that could make someone cry. Maybe I have and I don't know it. But, I mean, imagine a fart so powerful that strangers cry retelling the story.
The destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, he farted and he went, I have become death, destroyer of worlds. He was Vishnu. It was a Vishnu rip. Women are back in the safety of their home, but yet they're thinking of the convenience store pants shitting you did, and they're sobbing uncontrollably as though a hate crime's been committed.
And about that time, Peyton walked up, like, didn't witness what happened, but like seconds later, and I'm like upset, and I follow after him. I was like, is there a reason? You were just so disrespectful.
There is no, we don't need to do this, ma'am. We don't need to go confront the guy who just shit his pants on you and be like, can you talk to me about your fart for a minute?
Would you like to know what your relationship is like with your mother?
Yeah. Do you have a moment to talk about the flatulence which you just released upon us, or we have some questions?
To me. Called you a bitch. Come here.
Called you a bitch. Oh, you can do one or the other. You can call a stranger a bitch, or you can fart on him. You can't do both. That's double the humility. You can't fart on a lady and go, bitch. It's like...
That's again where I'm having trouble believing it, but suspending my disbelief. Yeah, I'd like to witness this moment in time just for the morbid curiosity of, like, how loud was this fart? Like, because
the fart implies that you're calling them a bitch.
Right.
You don't need to call them a bitch and fart. You get one or the other.
And yeah. I've never felt so dehumanized.
Not only did he fart on her.
Now she's got to come in and fill in the gaps in the story, because it wasn't that he farted on her. There's more.
Dehumanized.
Not only did he fart on her, when she confronted him, he said, just walk away, you fucking bitch. And apparently a girl, wonderful lady who stood by, witnessed the whole thing, said they walked around the corner to her aisle away from us and called us fucking gay bitches.
Right.
All right. Yep. That's where I'm calling bullshit.
The more I listen to them tell the story, there's too many yeah ands for this to be real. I think this was fake.
It feels a lot like when I see certain trans people going, no, I'm a woman. It's like, yeah, I ain't smelling that. That's not what we get here when I'm looking at everything we got going on. There's a lot of red flags. It seems like you're pretending. It seems like their impersonation of a dude. It's
not that part. It's the fact that they said afterward the men farted and yelled, "This is MAGA country." And then, yeah, I don't really... I think these two lesbians are lying about getting farted on, which says a whole lot of things about them. I don't know why.
Wait, you're implying they made up this whole horrible, horrific, traumatizing event
for their lesbianism.
For attention?
Yeah, for their lesbian, for gay pride. I don't know why. This is another thing the internet has done and that our society has done, is that if you film yourself being a victim, it gives you some kind of credibility. It gives you some kind of title, some kind of clout. Whereas in the real world, if you go outside, if you do some grass touching, you go whine about being a victim, people aren't going to hang out with you. They're going to find you to be taxing to be around. But you do
in
this
shit. In a just world, these people would get crop dusted everywhere now.
Then now everybody would fart on. It would be open season. Just rip ass as soon as you see these people. But on the internet, you'll find enough like-minded people who are like, oh, that's sad. I too have been farted on in a candy aisle, and flatulence should be punished by death and all this stuff. So while I'm calling bullshit on this story, bullshit.
That's what they smelled.
Yeah.
before I walked up. So he calls me. He's like, just go away, you fucking bitch. You were staring us down. You were staring us down. I was like, I was looking at the candy. What are you talking about? And he's like, we saw you. We saw you staring us down. And I was like, no one was staring at you. And then Peyton was like, hey, just let's go. And I was just about to turn. And he goes, yeah, just get out of here, bitch. And then he goes, bitch, like with both of his hands up here, and kept calling me these.
Did he say nana nana boo boo as well? This sounds very
Wait a minute.
serious.
I thought you guys were so upset and they snickered and turned around and went down another aisle and called you gay fucking bitches, but you still had this. Which confrontation was it? Was he called you a fucking bitch and they went and had their goof in the aisle? Or
This is what I mean. There's just too many like add-ons to this story. Like, and I will say this though, in terms of like made up lesbian victimhood stories, getting farted on at a gas station is a new one. Like it's clever, it's new, it's different. It's, you know, a couple of lesbians, a couple of guys shit their pants in a lesbian's general direction. I believe afterward, to make this story more believable, the boys yelled, your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberry.
elderberries.
Yeah. He said, get out of the gas station before I call up your daughter and request a silly thing. That was apparently.
These names, right? So
He then told his friends to fetch her the Vosh.
at this point, I don't feel safe. So I walk away. This lady who
Oh,
witnessed
fuck
everything,
you.
she walked away with us.
What do you mean you don't feel safe? The chamber's empty, sweetheart. There ain't any more coming
He
out.
fired his one shot, and let us not forget, you followed after him by your own admission in your story. You don't feel safe after you pursue this guy and continue a conversation.
You're the one who walked back into Chernobyl. I mean, this is kind of on you at this point.
And we go to customer service. And this is Albertsons, putting y'all out there. This is Albertsons, by the way. And go to the customer service.
That's right. If you get farted on in Albertsons, you will receive no justice. Albertsons does not handle flatulence-related drama particularly well. How do you feel, Albertsons? I bet you feel stupid now.
Just be like, hey, this just happened. I was just disrespected in your store and called names like several times. And the security guard went and talked to him, came back, and they all just kind of looked at us and was like, well, can't y'all just leave?
Right. Like the security.
What is he supposed to do? Put the fart back in the guy's ass?
The people at the store were probably like, okay, we did our job. We went and talked to everybody. Like they basically did the parent thing. They went, you go this way, they go this way. Let's.
Yeah.
What do you
You
want?
guys are acting like children. If true, these people literally farted on you. And if true, them farting on you destroyed your world. So again, both parties involved, children.
It's just like, yeah. What did you want them to do? What was the end game here of the fart thing?
We want you to call the cops and have them arrested. For what?
I mean, do you, the only thing I can think of is maybe you hold them down and then
Force the security guard to drop a beefy one in his face?
or let
Like,
the
what?
lesbians fart in his mouth.
Oh, dude, it's going to take them a while.
I don't know. I mean, listen to them. They just go off to Albertsons to buy junk food. I'm sure they got a few.
With how offended they were at the act of someone else farting, I don't think they have.
All
it in
right,
'em.
fine. Then a queef then.
That'll probably happen faster.
I don't. It's ridiculous. I don't know how to give people justice.
You proposed this whole thing, but it sounds fishy. How do we make it work?
Right. I don't know how to give justice to people who've been farted on other than to just continue about your day and forget the whole being farted on thing.
Yeah, and that's a normal thing. Neither did the store, but apparently they have to. Albertsons, you're being called out. Like, fucking.
Yeah, Albertsons, I got farted on. And what did you do? You sent security to tell everyone to go home.
I'd like them to put up signs next time. We just want customers to be aware crop dusting is not allowed on these premises.
Okay, what looks more suspicious? Crop dusting? Or like walking off into a corner of the store and stopping for a minute to go silently fart? Like a guy just,
I would say the second one looks more suspicious, but how many victims are involved?
a guy walks over to go to the part of the gas station where people don't usually go, like the unsliced cheese area of the freezer. or cooler area, where like dips are and shit. Nobody buys dip at a gas station, and you just go over there to shit your pants. That probably
Just
looks,
drop it by the milk.
yeah,
Just assume some of it's spoiled.
looks weird. Professor Tie-Dye with $5 says, what is she so mad about? Every time I farted on Aaron in public, he's gotten a boner, and that makes me feel violated. But 100% chance they were being masked cunts and instigated this crop dusting. Well, if you were wearing a mask, you're safe from the...
I don't know about being masked cunts, but definitely, I definitely think if this story was at all real, there's a part to it we're missing.
You think so?
I think they had some involved. I've been out in the world.
What do you do to someone that the response is they fart on you?
I don't know, but I don't think they farted on them again. Too much of the story changes along the way. I'm like, really? They farted on you and you followed them?
By the way, Bowls Deep gave us $2 and just gave us a ha-ha. So he's good. He's in. Tie-Dye is in third. In first place right now is Miss Tay, dropping 5 Rumble membership.
Thank you.
And that's $25. You know what that means, Johnny?
You got to read.
I've got to read a paragraph of Naked Twister. So hold on. Let me. Thank you guys for keeping the goal going down this morning. 290 is the number, so we're under 300 by 7:30, which is great. MSO, Would You, Dame Dash, Roverts, Riding Dirty Llama, all getting gifted memberships.
Thank you.
So Cheetos gave us this book, Naked Twister, and I said today, $10 is a sentence, $20 is a paragraph, $50 is a page of Naked Twister. So let's go to the first page of Naked Twister. When I saw the new email message from my friend Madison with the cryptic heading, "Don't get your knickers in a knot," I had to open it right away. Madison was famous for hosting the most interesting and sexy parties. And as I began to read the message, I could already feel my heart racing in excitement. That's the first paragraph. Again, $20 for a paragraph, $10 for a sentence. So there's Wally World with $10, says, is there farting in Naked Twister? It's considered bad form, but it's not against the rules. Does that make sense? You can do it. So let's put Wally in there at $10 in third place. Sorry, Balls. You got to go off of the list. There we go. 280 away from today also. And now we got to do a sentence, right? $10 is a sentence of Naked Twister. Let's give Wally World his $10 worth. Dear Jade, you are cordially invited to a party at Madison's place this Saturday at 9 p.m. So I'm leaving you guys on a bit of a cliffhanger.
Yeah, now I've got
As it
so many
were.
questions.
So now the book Naked Twister is started with Madison inviting our author, Victoria, to a party. And she always throws the sexiest parties.
You know, with the picture on the cover, I assumed it was going to be a bunch of dudes at the party, but it sounds like it's all ladies.
I think we're going to get there.
I think we're going to get there. Well, I just, like I said, it seems like it's all chicks. I just feel like that's a different proposition. Like an all lady Naked Twister is different than an all dude Naked Twister. So
There is an anatomical difference at the very, very least.
yeah.
At the very least, there will be penises versus vaginas, and whichever one you're more comfortable with seeing would dictate your preference, I believe. All right, let's continue on. Let's get to the Liver King thing. So here we go. There was a 7-second clip on Joe Rogan that apparently set off the Liver King. He was talking to Bert Kreischer. And Joe Rogan had a conversation with Bert that caused the Liver King to make 2 separate videos, losing his fucking mind at Joe Rogan. Ryan the Garbage Man now accusing that lesbian's wife of being the one who crop dusted. That's an interesting accusation. All right, let's play this 7-second clip and let's see. Sometimes, we hear about, this person went crazy. They went on this big, long rant, blah, blah, blah. And we don't consider the thing that triggered the whole deal.
Right.
And that maybe they were justified. So let's see what happened between Joe and Bert that caused Liver King to rant and rave for a solid 5 minutes. Now, I would say that if anything Bert Kreischer's in could instigate anger. So let's give these 7 seconds a chance. That's what I always tell the girls. Let's give these 7 seconds a chance.
Leak it. Get more.
And those 7 seconds also just elicit anger. So maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm going to empathize with Liver King here.
Leak it.
Yeah, I'm on testosterone. Unlike the Liver King, I'll tell you the truth.
That was it. Joe Rogan says, unlike the Liver King, I'll tell you the truth.
I don't see that. Is that news? We knew he was taking steroids.
Not only that, Liver King did lie about taking steroids. So Joe Rogan was being accurate.
Yeah.
When he said, I'm on testosterone. I'm not like the Liver King. I'll just tell you I'm on testosterone. All right. Fair enough. Sounds good to me. So this was the Liver King's response to a mild 2-second slight from Joe Rogan.
I'm going to make a quick video to weigh myself right now. In case you didn't know.
What do you think happened?
Someone crop dusted that poor man.
Is that what happened? Those are fart scars? He got farted on at an Albertson while he was with his lesbian wife. And and he banged his head on a countertop. No, that looks like a drunken fall to me on cement.
Ooh.
That might be a drunken cement fall. Skin the nose, skin the forehead. That might have been a face plant onto the pavement.
I take shits on the ground. This is where I lay in the shower. I lay here on the ground. That's my enema bucket. That's my enema bucket.
I don't need to see this.
Dude, so because he calls you out for one thing, you have to overshare stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, my eyes.
I heard Joe Rogan said that I'm on testosterone. Here's the hose I put up my asshole in the shower. All right, cool.
When I'm going to take a shit. Like, fucking Jesus, man.
Here's where I pump stuff into my butthole to clean it out. I like to feel all hollow on the inside. So what do you think of that, Joe Rogan? And also, you know how Joe Rogan is with like the internet and all that stuff. He's never going to see this.
Oh, yeah.
He's paid zero attention.
Joe Rogan does it right. Joe Rogan does his show and he fucking bolts. He's not going to see your asshole hose shower video that you're making for Joe with your scarred up face.
Right there. That's what I'm about to do. Is I'm going to try and get a shit worked out. But I'm going to weigh myself so that it's official. It's official. Here's what I weigh. Here we go. What's that weight, Sid? Can y'all see it?
You know it's not official because you're moving around to film?
It looks like about 192. Official weigh-in. Liver King, 190.
190. How short is he? What is he, like 5'7", 5'8"? How tiny of a fella is he? Because like he's muscle on muscle. He's steroid muscle.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Oh, surprise! This guy has little man syndrome. Oh boy,
a little bit. But don't worry. As he said in the video, he's going to get his shit worked out. You know, most of us just go shit when we have to shit.
Yeah.
This guy, he's going to work one up. You know, like if you're in a burping contest when you're a kid, you try to, really rile one up through your system. That's this guy in turds.
Me too. Yeah, I've been saving. These are my clothes. These are my suits.
That
I have a black
you don't
suit,
wear.
A black suit. I got a barbarian blood color suit.
Does everything have to be barbarians and warriors and warlocks and sorcerers and the blood of the caveman and Cro-Magnon sweat? You fucking douche. You live in a mansion. You're living in a bathroom that's bigger than some people. You're in a bathroom that's bigger than some people's bedrooms. You're talking about hooking hoses up your asshole, and you're like, I've got barbarian blood suits. So red. So it's red. You have a red suit.
Why have any suits? You never wear a shirt.
Never seen the man with a shirt on.
And what's the other one? Oh, emerald green, yeah. And I'm like, why would I ever wear white? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna wear it after I beat your ass, Joe Rogan. That one. And when I say after I beat your ass, nobody wins nor loses. There's an outcome. There's an outcome. There's not good or bad. There's just an outcome. Stimulus and response. And the outcome is good and true, multiplied by that.
Stimulant abuse?
Dude, how many drugs is he on?
You think he's abusing drugs?
I believe so, from what I'm seeing.
I think he might be abusing drugs. I think this is the judgment of someone who perhaps is being chemically altered. And they decided that it would be a good idea to show us his asshole bucket and talk about taking a shit and fighting Joe Rogan while wearing a white suit.
And then what ends up happening is the king crown. You know, everybody wants to wear the crown, but all roads lead through barbarian. I'll see you tomorrow. 192. Probably about weight the same. Probably you're taller than me. I'm a midget, bro. I'm a fucking midget.
So is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's a pretty tiny guy. This would be like if Joe Rogan and Liver King got it on, they'd have to use the same ring they use for midget wrestling. Just two little guys going in there. They're going to box each other. It'd look like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Just two little guys just punching it. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan posted a video this weekend, or somebody posted a video of Joe Rogan on a heavy bag, just working it, you know, throwing his kicks and his punches and stuff. He looked pretty good. And here's Liver King like, here's what I sodomize myself with. I'm going to go take a shit. I weigh 192 pounds. Here's my suits.
But I can totally fight you, Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You know, everything that you think, all those things about me are probably true.
Okay. Well, we just had a few theories.
Go with that.
All right. He's saying, I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am? We're still not going to get an explanation as to why his face is all carved up, are we?
I'm guessing no.
And I'm sure it had something to do with the ancient warriors in their way.
Yeah.
192 is true. And I'll probably, if you want, I can cut more. I'll be ready whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. Or you can release me of this fight, and you can just welcome me.
There's no fight.
There's no fight, sir.
Joe Rogan hasn't said that you can release me from this fight. You can release yourself. There's no fight. You can just go, you can heal your nose. You can, that is a good, I can't stop looking at it. That's a good chunk. Gash. That's a divot, dude. It looks like somebody teed off the bridge of his nose.
I think it's the camera angle that's misrepresenting it.
I don't know.
What you're saying.
I think he might have headbutted Mike Tyson one too many times and caught a biting.
Me right on to the show tomorrow, and I will donate $1 million to a charity of my choosing, good and true.
That's good. Financial recklessness. So we're showing up with open wounds on our faces, threatening to shit, showing us the enema bucket, weighing ourselves, going through our suits, threatening to beat up Joe Rogan, all while shirtless, and then making wild financial claims. Yeah, Liver King's doing great. What did he say? Whatever we say he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's abusing Adderall.
That's also a possibility. Otherwise, it's bloody fucking murder, bro. Bloody murder. Barbarian bones. 192. I asked my wife, I go,
dude, this sounds like Tourette's mixed with autism.
I feel like I'm hanging out with someone's grandpa that wants to tell me like how their day is going.
Yeah.
It's just weird. He's teeing off on Joe Rogan for just being like, look, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. And the problem is like, it's very publicly known because he's actually admitted it himself. Liver King admits that he's taken steroids.
Yeah.
So it's just, what's the problem here?
Well, he's literally pacing. He's not pacing. He's walking around in a circle because he's back to the scale now. So he's walking around his house in a circle going, 192, barbarian blood. I'll fight you, Joe Rogan. 192, barbarian blood. I'll fight you, Joe Rogan. 192, barbarian blood. Yeah, whip snip asshole cock. Yeah. I mean, we should hook Liver King up with the autistic girl from that TLC show. She's
But
actually.
he said he has a wife, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's funny too. I don't want to subject her to the Liver King.
Hey, do we have a scale? Do we have a scale? And she's like, yeah, I got to look for it. I said, oh, no, I don't want to bother you to have to go look for it. I'll just go use rads. I was really curious to weigh myself this year. I didn't know how much I weighed. I thought that, like, I don't look like I weigh that much. Whew. I have a gut problem right now. You see it? Look how boom, boom, boom. We're going to go try and dispose of that.
You know who he looks like? He looks like the guy who was on that lady's Ring doorbell saying he was going to murder her. He's kind of he's giving me that vibe. Hi, there's a lady in there, and I'm going to her and kill her. Yeah, there's a lady in there, and I'm going to kill her, and then I'm going to her. Is that okay?
And then I'm going to use the enema bucket.
What was the thing he kept asking? The guy on the Ring camera, it was like, are you okay? Can I talk to you for a minute? Something like that. And it was really creepy.
By laying down in the fetal fucking position and then working the valves, the right here, you go up, ascending colon, transverse, whatever, descending on this, and then all these, after a while, sometimes I can get something out. I got these
He's talking to you. Understand what he's doing right now? He's describing to us the method he uses to induce a shit. That he lays in the fetal position and like crunches his belly up and then releases, and then
really just works out of
yeah, like when you were a kid and you worked out a burp, he like pumps out shit. That's what he's saying.
Must be nice to have that kind of time. Like I don't have the time to do like a lay in the shower, work a shit out kind of thing. I got stuff to do.
So he takes a grape shower while trying to pump turds out, essentially, with an enema hose up his asshole.
You know what? Like I'm starting to think the money's not worth it. If that's the cost.
I'm starting to think this guy might be nuts. I'm starting to think he might not be all there. And remember, we all laugh at him. You can all laugh at. I've laughed at him from the beginning, but some of you were fucking fans of this guy. Remember, people swore by this dude. You know, those
People
guys who
still do, I think.
Well, people who have severe masculinity problems and don't know what just being a guy is, they turn to people like this to overcompensate. They're like, yeah, these are our ancestral tenets. It's like, bro, if you're saying the word ancestral tenets, you're gay. That's it. It's just, you're gay. And you and your dad need to speak to each other more, because this is like, you're looking at this guy is like, he's going to help me be a man. I'm
looking at that guy. I'm like, damn, he looks homeless.
He cuddles an enema hose in the shower until he squeezes out a shit. This is not your idea of a man.
Actions right now. That's my gift. Yeah, awesome, dude. Yeah, enemas every day to. My machinery don't work like regular machinery. Gifts, all of them gifts, coming for you, Joe. I hope my family gets to meet yours.
All right, guys, I'm going to go in the shower and make a poopy. I'm going to go squeeze my insides until I make a poopy, and then I'm going to shove a hose up my asshole. We do that every day. I'm going to fight you, Joe Rogan. That's literally what he just did.
That is remarkably insane. Just putting those things together.
Right.
It's just like, you just, that's like having a shopping bag and be like, how about we put the eggs on the bottom and we drop the cat litter on top of it? It'll be fine.
Look,
no, you don't do that.
If you want to fight Joe Rogan, that's fine. If you want to make a video saying you're going to fight Joe Rogan, that's fine. If you're going to make a video saying you want to shove a hose up your butthole and take a shit, that's fine too. If you want to talk about your barbarian blood suits, that's cool. Mixing the three of them sounds moderately insane. Yeah. Los Federales with $1. Thank you, buddy. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says Liver King is living the life. He has a dedicated enema bucket. When he's trying to cut, Aaron has to use his fried chicken bucket as an enema bucket.
Well, the grease actually helps work as part of the enema too.
I just take a shit when I'm.
You're going to throw the bucket out anyway.
I take a shit when I feel like taking a shit. I didn't know. I didn't know that we had to. Yeah, I didn't know that we had to schedule these things and shove hoses up our ass. Apparently, I
wasn't aware I was supposed to have a bucket. I've been using a toilet like some sort of weird, crazy. I thought that was a modern day invention. Have I been using something inaccurately? Dear God, what is that for if not for pooping in? I've been sitting on that thing every day.
I have to be really honest with you. And I wish this were a joke. I wish I were being funny. I kind of have to take shit now.
All right, go take a dump.
I don't know. Like, I kind of have to shit after hearing the Liver King talk about...
Well, you know, if you were a pro like the Liver King, you'd have an enema bucket right there, and you just drop it while you do the show. No one would know. Just to hose up your ass on autopilot.
I just use this little guy. See how he wiggles when he gets in there? He works everything
Now
loose.
I know why his shirt's brown. Oh.
He makes everything nice and loose. Gets it all going. Thank you, Gray Duckling, with $5. He says, just get a squatty potty and call it a day. That's not part of the ancestral tenet, my friend. You're not being very ancestral.
Barbarians didn't use squatty potties.
Yeah, barbarians shit standing up.
I want to see that video. He always does his big alpha male videos. I want to be, all right, it's the Liver King. All right, I'm like T-minus. All right, here we go.
Just get him spooning his enema bucket in the shower while he goes legs out, legs in, legs out, legs in, legs out, legs in. And then here's your, I got to go, guys. Hold on.
Prey stance, predator stance, prey stance, predator stance. All right, here we go. It's game time.
Prey stance, predator. Prey stance, predator stance. Prey stance, ray stance. All right, guys, I gotta take a shit. Crunchy with $5 says his poor wife, that kind of money isn't worth cleaning poop out of the shower.
Different strokes, different folks, my friend.
Different front wheel.
I know two ladies that wouldn't be able to handle that gig at all. Just we were his cleaning ladies, and he took a shit in the shower.
And he'd fart. He'd fart in the shower, and we would hear the farts, and it would be traumatizing for all of us. All right, if you're just joining the show today, you guys are doing great. 275 away from, 270 away from today. Thank you very much. We've got, if you're just joining us, Cheetos sent in the book Naked Twister.
Thank you, Cheetos.
And he sponsored a hole for the golf tournament. Thank you, buddy. It's called Naked Twister, an Erotic Adventure. If you're wondering why I have my thumb in the book, it's because today we've promised the audience if they throw us $10, we read a sentence, $20, we read a paragraph, $50, we read a page of Naked Twister, an Erotic Adventure by Victoria Rush. And we're already about 2 paragraphs in to the book. So thank you for your contribution. Appreciate it. People are asking, why are there 2 men on the cover? Oh, I don't know. You think the book might be a little gay? You thought that the book was going to be what? Heteronormative, as the kids say? Liver King made a second video, and after this, we're getting to all the Iran stuff. So I'm going to do the last Liver King Joe Rogan rant, and then I'm going to go take a shit.
Okay.
Because this forced a shit out of me. Yeah. And then we're going to get into the Iran stuff for a good chunk of time here. This is Liver King. Again, he thought about it.
Wearing a shirt.
He put a hooded sweatshirt on, so I'm guessing he took a shit. So he's been walking around the house thinking, after that 3.5-minute video, he's not done with Joe Rogan. He wants to pace around his house talking about Joe a little bit more. Because, again, we played the 7-second clip. Joe Rogan said, I'm on testosterone. I'm not going to hide it like the Liver King.
I'll just come out and tell you.
That's it. That's all he said.
Quick, P.S. What I'm hoping is that you, Joe Rogan, are thinking, I'm going to choke that motherfucker out. Lights out. I'm going to choke him out.
I'm going to promise you right now, Joe Rogan isn't thinking about you. I promise you Joe Rogan is thinking about the guests he's going to have on this week that are talking about Iran and some UFC-based shit.
And I kind of hope that if you win, that's how it happens, because, like, to wake up from that dream, that's a good feeling. And then anything else that you could break on me, break it on me. I hope that you won't feel me tap. That's never happening, tapping. because I have something actually to fight for. Actually, that's my family. I have a principle to fight for. That's what I'm. What if
He's starting like this. Is almost seems like Charles Manson could have made this video.
Yeah. Also, I don't know that I'd go around bragging about having principles when I'm most notably known for continually lying to people about my fucking medical routine and how I got super duper cut. Like, I made myself an online personality being like, it's all about raw liver and living the alpha male predator diet. And it's like, right. And then you take steroids. No. Oh, I do a little bit under the strict oversight of a medical professional. But yes, that's still taking steroids.
Yeah. No, you're still doing drugs.
if he actually does what he's saying? What if that would be interesting? That would be interesting. What do you have to fight for? You're fighting. I hope you're mad. You should choke me out. You know how to do that.
You're not fighting him. He's not fighting you. He hasn't said you're gonna. You've made up this fight in your head, and now you're promoting it. Hey, I see a way for iDubbbz to salvage Creator Clash 3.
Dude, I just like he's so hardcore on this fight thing. Like, he almost has me wondering, like, wait a minute, is there a Joe Rogan Liver King fight? I'm gonna tell you right now, that'll sell. I will watch that on pay-per-view.
He needs to. We say this about a lot of people, but he needs to step away for a minute. He needs.
Sir, there's a lot of lovely grass right over there. Just put down the phone. Just try touching it.
Nobody in their right mind does shit like this.
Trained. You're trained. You got a black belt. Black belt in jiu-jitsu.
My belt is barbarian blood red. I don't need a black belt. There was no black with the ancestral tenets. I have a barbarian bone hemp seed belt that's gonna choke you out, Joe Rogan.
I hope you choke me out. And if you don't choke me out, these other limbs will be interesting. Should be very interesting. That's the PS. I already thought about my game plan. I don't have a plan. I'm not going to train.
That's probably a good idea. There's no fight.
But let's just pretend for a second there was. What a fucking baller move. Look, I got to fight you, Joe Rogan. You've been commentating on combat sports for a while. You're clearly someone who's been in and trained in combat sports. I'm not going to train. I'm just going to go ahead and hope you choke me out, Joe Rogan. Like, well, no, that'll almost definitely happen at this point.
I'm just thinking to myself, what if Joe Rogan had talked about him for 15 seconds? Mm-hmm. Like, how bad would this have been?
But I hope you've been training. And I'm ready whenever you're ready. If it's tomorrow, that will be great. Let's do it as soon as possible. If it's not tomorrow, then just whenever you're ready.
Oh, so there is no fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually happening.
No, it's not, dude. I'm telling you right now, it's not happening.
And just remember on the backside, this is good. It's fun. It'll be fun. It'll be like...
Joe Rogan, I have 3 open wounds on my face. I'm ready to fight you tomorrow. If you touch any of these with a finger, they'll cut open and start bleeding, which is disadvantageous in a fight. So I'm ready, Joe Rogan.
There's real tension, a real fight, no, shame on you, bro. Shame on you. I'm going to make you pay. I am going to actually make you pay. And what you pay will be donated to Good and True. So that's how barbarians bleed. The message.
I'm going to skip over the question, is he okay? Because the answer to that question seems to be self-evident. The answer to that seems subservient. Von Kaiser says, this time I'm coming full force. Joe Rogan said a lot about me. You turned tables on me in the wrong way. You got me mad now. This time, I'm doing the challenging. I'm issuing a challenge to you, Joe Rogan. Get in the ring with me. Hulkamash Baby with $1 says, big bulky guys like him tap because their flexibility. I'm going to say flexibility, but I'll read the word as he wrote it. Because they're Phekexabicus gone.
Is that a bone or a joint?
The Phekexabicus bone is located between the ankle and the knee. And Put him in an ankle lock, and he's done. By God, it's an ankle lock. By God, he's got it locked in. He's got it grapevine king. He's grapevine the ankle lock. So Liver King's going to fight Joe Rogan. I think somebody ought to tell Joe Rogan. Let him know.
The worst part is like I said, he was so adamant and so just like even toned about the like, I'm ready for this fight. No, blah, blah. That I was like, wait a minute, did I not hear? Is there an actual fight? And then at the end of it, I'm ready for it whenever it happens. Like, oh, so there isn't a fight.
There's
so this
no
is
fight.
you. This is you begging for attention. I bet he'd shit his pants if Joe went, all right, yeah, we're going to do a fight. We're going to do it on TV in front of reps, the whole deal, like weigh-ins, all that. I mean, can they even have obviously not a sanctioned fight in any sense because Joe Rogan and him, they both admitted to taking steroids.
Yeah.
So, but can they do just a spar?
Yeah, I mean, you can do like a sparring thing for sure. There's all kinds of, actually, if you want to take part in like a real fight, there's got to be all kinds of like checkups and physicals and all kinds of things, or they won't insure the event. Ooh. So like you can imagine if like Liver King versus Joe Rogan happens, whoever puts that event on is going to want insurance for the event. And yeah, if you don't adhere to testing and all licensing boards and shit like that, yeah, they won't give you insurance for your event. So, but to get in a ring and spar, you really just have to go ask the owner of the gym, hey, mind if I hop in the ring? Like I've been sparring this whole time, like these last few months.
I meant like a live on TV. These two dudes are gonna go at it.
You can film their sparring session,
I suppose,
if you want. But I don't think guys.
If you hang a liver in the middle of the ring while they fight, it'll look like bum fights all over.
It's a liver on a pole match, King. And you got to climb up the pole and you got to grab the liver and you got to eat it raw or the match isn't over.
First one to chew a bite wins.
All right, we got to do the Iran stuff, but I'm not kidding. The Liver King thing made me have to take a shit.
You have to take a symbiotic shit.
I'm not kidding. The Liver King worked one out of me. That doesn't sound.
No, it does not.
That doesn't sound right.
You're going to come back to a clip.
Yeah, I think probably more than likely. 270 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Go ahead and throw in a little bit. You're ahead for the day. Let's get to 200 by 8:30. We appreciate your generosity. I'll be back in just a moment. Johnny will talk to you about all the wonderful going-ons in his life and maybe even get you started on the Iran war shit.
It's just a very fecal-heavy episode. We start with a crop dusting, we move to an enema, and now he's taking a dump. I just don't. All right, I wasn't ready for all this. Apparently everybody else had a lot of fiber. Weird. I'll be on today at 1 p.m., so you can see me and Digger covering more stuff. As for the Iran stuff, I mean, I assume we've all heard the news. We're at war, so that's not. I don't really want to wade into that without him because I can't pull up anything and I can't put stuff up on the screen. So and as for me today, we've got a bunch of stuff that I grabbed over the weekend. Apparently they found They found Bigfoot in Argentina. We have found Bigfoot. He's in Argentina. Is it nice this time of year? How does he travel? Well, I just like to think that, business class. He's not fancy. He's not going to he's not a first class kind of Sasquatch. So no, he's just going to move to Argentina. So we've got Bigfoot in Argentina. I've got my doubts. That stuff and more happening today with me and Digger at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble for Just Kidding LLC. I wonder how long he's going to take with the having to remove the shirt. Because as we all know, he apparently can't. He has to take a dump, ironically, like the Liver King. I mean, he doesn't have an enema bucket, but he is shirtless when it happens. So it's a rather intensive process. How much time does that add? I've never, because can't you just pull it up too? Pull it up to your arm, pull it up to your waist. He's got little girly arms. I'm sure he could clothespin it, with the elbows. Just don't. I don't know. Just got to take the shirt off and just decide to do the whole thing topless. Oh man, I don't know how long he's going to be in there. This is going to be interesting. If we can get a couple of successive $50 donos for... Oh, I was hoping to get a couple pages booked up before he got back. Damn it.
Honestly, before... I was fine. And then we did a fart story.
Yeah.
And the Liver King just wouldn't shut up about his bowels. And
you couldn't take it anymore, goddammit.
Out comes the loose. Out comes the shit, apparently. Fucking Liver King, man. He's an I was wrong. He's an inspiration, clearly, to an entire generation.
Or at least your colon.
Yeah. He is full of shit. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, hit share, no matter what platform you're on. It helps the program. Throw us a couple of bucks. That helps the program, too, like this Professor Tie-Dye fella with another $1 says, the Liver King reminded Aaron to go make room and make sure he was clean and ready for golfing later. Why? I don't know why you put golfing in quotes.
Quotations.
I think it's going to be shitty out today. Oh, well, no pun intended. No, it's we've had just a brutal last few days of heat. We've been under a heat advisory the last 48 hours or so. So I think today, and then it rained overnight. So I think, yeah, we're going down 77, 78, 67, 68. Can't stain my fucking deck again this week.
How long does the deck stain take to dry?
Well, I got to have 24 hours of no rain beforehand. I got to have 24 hours of no rain after.
So you need a good solid 2 days of
I need a 48-hour window where there's not going to be any rain. And
you picked the wrong fucking month for that shit.
Yep, I don't have Friday, I don't have Saturday, I don't have Sunday. So I can't do it today because it just rained. Tomorrow, it's going to rain Wednesday morning. Yeah, fuck a goat. It's a pain in the ass. No, I know my shirt is not on backwards. I did not shit nude. We're fine.
Sure you didn't.
We're fine.
I was saying that's why you felt like so much like you had to do it. Like, saw Liver King without his shirt on, constantly talking about taking a dump, makes you think how you always have to take yours off.
Yeah.
Take a dump.
Andrew's son says, Steel Toe, Johnny did a terrible job in your absence. Well, then I tell you what.
And he's always such a huge fan of mine. So you know when he's cutting on me that means a lot.
Andrew's son would never lie to me. Andrew's son always gives me the straight gas, just like those guys at Albertsons. All right, let's. I think the only place to start with this Iran thing is with Donald Trump's address to the country. This happened, and I caught up with all this stuff yesterday. You know, obviously I was gone with the camping thing with the whole family this weekend, and I didn't really. I mean, we didn't really know a lot about the attack or what was going on. I don't even know if I knew about it until I left. I'm not even. I mean, one thing Minnesotans do well when they go camping and shit like that is we do unplug.
Oh yeah.
And I don't really recall when I learned about the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because I think it happened Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, our time.
I learned about it sometime Saturday afternoon, so I don't know when it happened.
So we sent some B-2 bombers. We attacked 3 different nuclear facilities, leveled them, wiped them out. Giant 30,000-pound bombs just being, just cascading across the open landscape of Iran. And now we've joined Israel's war, which we all were kind of prepared for the last week or so. And obviously a lot of us against it. I'm against it. There's no reason for us to be quarreling with Iran. There's no reason for us to be involved in the Middle East right now. When we bombed those Houthi targets, I really didn't. And by the way, I thought there was more justification for that than there was the Iran thing, because there was world trade involved. But even then, I didn't think it's something. Yeah, I don't think it's something we should have done. So Donald Trump campaigned on us not being the world's policeman. He campaigned on us not getting involved in more foreign wars. He campaigned on America first. I don't really understand where America first comes into play when you're talking about bombing a country at Israel's behest. Now, Iran and Israel are blood enemies. Iran funds the two terrorist groups that operate in opposition to Israel. So I understand why Israel has beef with Iran. I have no problem if Israel wants to attack Iran or if Iran wants to attack Israel. I get it. I understand. I just don't get, other than us being a completely wholly owned subsidiary of Israeli foreign policy, why we need to be involved with Iran. We have no direct conflict with them. We have no reason to go to war with them. And we just basically act as Israel's finisher, essentially. So this is Trump's address to the nation after we dropped our big old bunker busters on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, and Make America Great Again and America First went right into the shitter.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this.
You ever heard those names?
No. In fact, actually, like a week ago, no nuclear capability. Weird that now everybody's heard these names.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard said, yeah, Iran's not building any nukes. And then Israel said, oh, yeah, they're going to have one in like a year. And then you had to check, was that Benjamin Netanyahu in 2025 or Benjamin Netanyahu in 1992? Because he said it both times, so I was just wondering.
And he said it a lot in between.
Yeah, and then a lot of times, just every couple of years, he would remind us that they're
this close, guys.
Yeah.
They're 6 months away.
They're just about there. You know, if you're Israel, you can just admit the Ayatollahs are diametrically opposed to your nation existing, and you would like to see them removed from office. I mean, you don't need to make up dumb shit. But that's, if you want to do regime change, that's a little different, because then maybe America won't help you. But if you tell America that they're developing nukes, well, then we might get involved. I hope that J.D. Vance secretly behind the scenes lobbied against this. Because remember, he was against the Houthi thing in the Atlantic text chain thread that they sent out. He's like, make Europe pay for this. This is bullshit. We shouldn't have to do this. This isn't what we promised the American voters. Like, J.D. Vance does seem to give a shit about keeping the promises, but, he doesn't make the decisions.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're the only one who does, apparently, because I don't think either of the 3 people on his side there, I don't think they do.
Rubio was probably for this. Hegseth was probably for this. In fact, J.D. Vance is the only one who looks concerned.
Right.
Horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strike.
What's that?
They said the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and I was like, oh wait, Israel has nukes?
Well, they're not wrong about that. I mean, Iran does financially support both Hezbollah and Hamas, so they do. Yeah, but that's not why you said you went in there. Like, that's kind of one of those things where, like, you did something and you're fighting with someone about it. And so you're just stacking things. Like, even though that wasn't the reason.
Reasons that aren't involved.
You're stacking reasons. You're like, oh, the Ayatollahs are bad guys and they oppress people. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't affect America in the least. They're the #1 state sponsor of terror. Oh, so they've sponsored terrorist attacks against America? No, not at all. Oh, so you went in there and you bombed them, though, because they're state sponsors of terror. No, but we bombed them for their nuclear program. Well,
we weren't getting involved unless they attacked us?
Why are you bringing up this other shit then? Because we can kind of get the vibe that you guys don't like that we did this, so we're just trying to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
So, Iran, the great bully of the Middle East. I don't know when. I mean, when was the last time Iran attacked somebody?
Did anything? Yeah.
I think
I kind of feel like Israel and us are the great bully of the Middle East, especially us right now. Like, think about it. We don't live there. It ain't our neighborhood, but we come in and fuck shit up all the time and just decide how stuff's supposed to go. We don't like Saddam Hussein. We better jump in and fuck with that. All right, we're going to sit in Afghanistan for at least 10 years, not really, and then we're going to fuck around and leave. And then, I guess we're going to come back.
I saw a meme this weekend that kind of got me, where they're like, me after researching Iran, the Iran crisis with the United States and Israel, and it was just Count Dooku going, what if I told you that the government you fight for has been taken over by the Sith? It's like, yeah, kinda. Like, it doesn't, like, shit like this doesn't make me feel like the good guy. Shit like this makes me feel like the guy who just tells you, fuck you, this is how it's gonna be.
Yeah, I feel like we're in a mob movie, and
I feel like there's a lot of
talking.
I feel like there's a lot of Trump supporters who are on board with it. I really thought this was going to be met with like a wholesale repudiation by the MAGA movement of Donald Trump, and they seem to be like, "Hey, we're winning." That's what we underestimated, is that a lot of the MAGA thing is based on winning.
Right.
We've got to be winning, and if we're winning, we're for it. And it's like, okay, the Ayatollahs get overthrown in Iran. Okay. Great. I guess that's good, but are we winning if that happens? Is that great? Is that...
No.
I don't really understand.
It really has very little to almost no effect on us directly.
I hope we used bombs that were, running up against their best to use by date. I hope we had some expiring...
Gotta get rid of these before they go bad.
Yeah, I hope we had some expiring bunker buster bombs and we just decided to use those. A lot of those B-2s hadn't been flown in a while. They had bad fuel that was about to varnish in the tanks, and they didn't want to run injector cleaner. So,
guys, I gotta drop this thing, otherwise it's just a $1 trillion paperweight. Like, I'm gonna fucking.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel.
We ever bother to find out why?
You want to look into why they put those two together, my friend?
You ever want to
find out?
Hey, it's weird. Iran. Why would they chant death to America? Is it that little war we funded their opponent for like 10 years when we tried to get Iraq to take over Iran while we were giving Iran weapons so that they would give us our hostages back? Would that be what you were talking about? Which also kind of ties into crack being distributed in American inner cities and the Contras in Nicaragua. Fuck.
We're such great people.
We're the fucking bad guys, dude.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies? Hey, we dropped bombs on Iran, those evil bastards. Oh, those evil bastards. Holy shit, what'd they do? They wanted a nuclear weapon. Oh, well, nuclear weapons are bad. Well, yeah. I mean, we have 3,500 of them. Wait, what? Yeah. And we pretty much threaten everybody. We threaten to fuck them up if they ever cross us. Well, is there anyone we haven't crossed? Well, yeah, I mean, Russia, North Korea, we don't really, China, we don't really fuck with them. Why? Well, they have a shitload of nuclear weapons. Yeah. Hey, whatever happened to that guy? Didn't that guy Gaddafi have nuclear weapons? Yeah, he had nuclear weapons. We made him a really sweet economic deal, though, to give him up. Oh, really? Then what happened? Then we bombed his country.
Destroyed him.
We bombed his country, and then rebels sodomized him to death in the streets very, very violently. So I can't imagine why Iran would. Oh, and then our president called Iran an axis of evil.
Completely forgot about that.
And threatened to invade them. And I can't imagine why Iran would want a nuclear weapon. It must only be for offensive reasons.
Right. They wouldn't need to protect themselves from us at all. We're such great people.
And then Israel told us to hop too, and they said, they're going to get a nuke. And we're like, well, our intelligence, which is some of the best in the world, says they're not trying to get a nuke. Oh, yeah? Well, our intelligence, which is the intelligence that blackmails your intelligence and has pictures of them having sex with underage prostitutes, says they are getting a nuclear weapon. So are you going to bomb these facilities, or do we have to release tapes?
Well, our intelligence says they don't have a nuke. Oh, yeah? Well, if your intelligence was so great, how come the reason you got attacked on 9/11 is because we didn't tell you?
They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs.
What?
That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general.
Oh, do you mean in Iraq, where we invaded and overthrew their government and then tried to build a government, and then we tried to exclude the Shiites because they would be associated with Iran, which is a Shiite country? So then they started attacking our soldiers, and Iran started giving their Shiite brothers weapons to fight. Oh, you mean that? It feels like we could have avoided that whole mess if we just had stayed out of Iraq in the first place. I'm starting to see a theme, and that theme is fuck around and find out.
Yeah, it's really weird. But keep going into these countries in this area and fucking around with shit and wondering, why don't people like us?
Qasem Soleimani. I decided
I just made that name up
ago that I would not let this happen.
Hasim Rahman, Mahmoud Abdul Rauf,
and I spelled that last one with extra pieces.
And Sharif Abdur Rahim, all of them taken out. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is gone. Mustafa Muhammad and Dwight Muhammad Cowie
will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu
for not releasing pictures of me getting a lap dance from a 13-year-old. Really appreciate that. And if you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask.
We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before.
That's right. We were a real Stockton and Malone, or Sacco and Vanzetti. We were a real Bonnie and Clyde. Metro, Goldwyn, and Maher.
And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to
what? Wait, what? Wait, one more time. What was this What was this all about?
Erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
That's very America first of us. What was that? One more time.
Erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh,
well, at least that part was true.
President Trump, why did we go into Iraq?
To erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, that was very expensive, and a lot of people in my generation lost arms and legs, and are still depressed to this day because of it. Okay, but why did we help out overthrowing Assad in Syria?
To erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps. I got one more question for you. Maybe I'm stupid for even asking, but why did we assist the rebels in Libya?
This horrible threat to Israel.
Sir, I've been curious. You went on this as your election platform. What is the purpose of MAGA?
A long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, well, that now our foreign
It's just
policy.
a long way to erasing the horrible threat to Israel.
Makes sense. I understand that then. Sir, why is it that interest rates are up and it's harder for Americans to own homes and access generational wealth than ever before?
Erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, now I totally understand it. Hey, President Trump, we have a $35 trillion deficit. And what would it do? Why won't we? It seems like paying down the debt and balancing our budget would be really good for the country. Why don't we do it?
Erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, okay. Well, then I get it. Hey, when you were campaigning for president, sir, you said that we were going to release the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. Any reason they haven't been released?
Erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh.
I want to thank the...
Okay. Well, then I get it. Hey, why won't Disney make any movies that don't sexualize children?
To erasing this horrible threat to Israel.
Oh, okay. I understand now. Okay, why don't we continue on with President Trump telling us why we got involved in something that's none of our fucking business?
I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight.
Especially El Grande Americano. He was fantastic.
And all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully.
Or since the last time we dropped some expiring bombs on some people. We've probably seen it in the last couple of months. Probably not since we dropped bombs on the Houthis a couple of months ago.
We will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general.
Wait.
And
his name's Dan Kane.
Did he drop chicken on him or what?
No, dude, that is look, of all the things I'm against in this bombing, that's an awesome fucking name. His name's Dan Kane. They call him Dan Raisin Kane. I love that name. That's an old country saying. Oh, we're going to be raising some cane.
And all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision.
If peace does not come quickly, who violated the fucking peace?
Again, the people we're supporting. It feels like a mob movie. Like, I really didn't want to have to punch you in the face, Louis. Am I going to have to do it again, or are you going to learn your lesson?
It makes me wonder, like, it's a mind fuck, because you're like, how long has it been since we were ever the good guys? Like, maybe Desert Storm?
I don't even think then.
Well, yeah, I mean, Saddam Hussein did invade Kuwait and take it over. But even then, we did that because we didn't want Saddam to have access to, like, one of the most oil-rich little countries in the world. So, was that noble or was that economic? Either way, it's just like, when's the last time we did something because it was the right thing to do? I don't know. Maybe one of the Yugoslavian actions we took?
Speed and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
That's for sure.
And I wonder why Israel keeps asking for our help.
Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago.
The Romans are gay. That's what we found out about this. The Romans ain't shit. They had to build... One thing that Hadrian did very well is he built a beautiful wall in Britannia.
Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect.
God's like, yeah, cool. Could you stop killing people?
I don't really want to be associated with this. I don't know. We love you, God. Which is who's God? Is that us or is that Israel? Which
got a lot
God
of gods here. Got a lot of gods. I want to thank God. I'm good. I've got a lot to sort out here.
Oh shit! Ooh, I really didn't want to get called into this. Fuck! Why me?
It's funny you mention it, Don. I was thinking of converting to Islam. It's just
bless the Middle East, God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
So far, the most honest thing he said in that entire speech was God bless Israel.
You do realize, though, sir, that that's three different gods you're invoking. The one you're talking to, the one of the Middle East, and the one of Israel. That's three different gods. Which one?
And one of those gods killed your God.
Right. And then they murdered our president.
We're good, buddy. Don't you worry. Leo with $2 says, are we great now? Gas is going to go up. Yeah, it's already gone up a little, but it's Iran's blocking the Strait of Hormuz, if you didn't hear about that one, where a lot of the world's oil travels through. Yeah, they're blocking that. So make America great again. Groceries are still expensive as fuck. What has this done for us? Y'all are so dumb that you fell for this shit and didn't vote for someone else in the primary. I mean,
again, who the fuck are you going to get? Who's going to do different? Like, that's my question. Like, this isn't really like because we got this Republican war hawk in here. No. If you got the Democrat side and it didn't matter, it doesn't matter who you're. This is the unfortunate part. They buy on both sides of the ticket, so it doesn't matter who wins. They're still in the pocket. So
there's some people are saying, Aaron, I don't find this funny. This is part of a decades-long process that leads to our boys coming home in boxes. I don't like that either, but maybe if enough people point out how shitty this is, how ridiculous this is, one thing Trump wants to be is popular. Maybe if people hate this enough, maybe it'll turn something around, but I don't know. There seem to be a lot of people where if this is the action we take, they're fine with it. Like that we can just go, if we do this is okay. It'll be interesting to see if we do any more or if there's like an attack on our soldiers or anything like that.
I don't want an attack on our soldiers, but like just in the interest of if we were sitting back and someone started just picking at us, like I understand fighting back.
Yeah. So he thanked Dan Raisin Kane, making speech free again, goes, also with the help of my little known advisor, Timmy Whataburger. Timmy's a good man. My assistant defense secretary, John Sonic. He's just very, very good.
The whole plan carried out by General McDonald.
Rovert says, did you forget what happened in October to Israel? You forget about Iran chanting death to America. Let me take this one at a time. Yeah, I do remember what happened to Israel in October, and that is Israel's business, and they should be allowed to respond to that however they want as an independent nation. It didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to my country. Therefore, I don't give a fuck, and I don't want to be involved. So I don't give a shit. And there are reasons why those people did that to Israel and reasons why Israel does it back to them. It's not something we need to get involved in. And the reason Iran chants death to America, Ron Paul tried to teach us this 15 years ago. Ron Paul tried to teach us the reason they chant that is because we're over there. We don't need to be over there. All I need them for, sell me some cheap oil. All right? I'll drill. I'll create some oil over here, but you guys, we all agree to sell it for reasonably cheap. I'm cool with it. But otherwise, no, I don't want to be involved with that part of the world. Iran chants death to America because we're over there. They don't chant death to America because they're like, hey, I have an idea. The country that can blow up the world hundreds of times over, let's just antagonize them.
Let's just fuck with them left, right, and sideways.
Fuck them. Let's just threaten the biggest dog on the block.
And I don't know where Iran would get this preposterous idea that we would just come bursting in and fucking throw our weight around at the drop of a hat if, say Israel asked us to. Name one time in the last 48 hours that we've done that.
Only because I haven't been reading anything for 48 hours. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I don't know why you're looking at me. I voted for Jill Stein because I love chaos. Riding Dirty Llama says, love how people blaming the skyrocketing inflation that the Biden administration caused on Trump. Hey, let's be very honest. Trump and Biden both worked together to cause this inflation. You remember those fucking checks that they all were sending out during COVID? Shutting down economic production and printing money. That causes, it's a double taxation. You have to tax the debt away, and you have to, and then inflation occurs when you have too much money chasing too few goods. Yeah. So that's Trump how you ended up getting inflation. It took everybody working together to fuck this one up. 265 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We do have Naked Twister today. We did say $10 is a sentence, $20 is a paragraph, $50 is a page in Naked Twister. Thank you, Cheetos, for sending us
wonderful gift.
Naked Twister. We're 265 away from today's goal. Go ahead, throw in. I know it's a goal. It's weird. It's so foreign because we haven't had one for quite some time, but keep them coming. The leaderboard is down below. You can see that. Thank you for contributing to this show. Let's start the week off right. So we have a bunch of different takes from different administration members, different varying degrees of sucking balls, essentially. First, we have J.D. Vance. And I think you can tell J.D. Vance is not cool with this. I think J.D. Vance really did want to stay out of wars. I think he really did want to not go in and start more shit in the Middle East and fight wars for Israel's behalf. I do kind of feel like I'm in a way in the middle on this whole deal because I don't agree with Israel's policies. I don't agree with the way Israel treats people. However, I'm willing to not give a shit. I'm willing to let them do whatever the fuck they want to do. I don't care. When I say America first, avoid entangling alliances, don't get involved, don't fund other people's wars and shit, I mean it. And then that way, if you untie yourself from all that shit, you can let them do whatever they want. But we have to constantly be attached at the hip. Let's go real quick to some text messages, then we'll get to the J.D. Vance thing. The U.S. was told, go get your shine box. There is no, I don't know if you've heard part, though. Yeah, right. We just go and get our shine. Yeah, we don't go, hey, Israel, you've been away a long time. They didn't go up there and tell you. I don't get involved in Middle Eastern wars anymore. We just go ahead and do it. We went and got our shine box. Let's do the J.D. Vance thing. So J.D. was talking about the whole foray into Iran, and with the cope that J.D. Vance is about to throw us here, I'm going to say, and maybe because I like the guy, he doesn't want to be doing this, and he would like to keep the promise that they made during the campaign. But let's take a listen.
What we're prepared for is if they attack us in a maximal direction, first of all, we have got maximum defensive posture. I think that we're going to be able to defend as many of our people as possible. And of course, I'd encourage Americans to pray for our guys in the Middle East because, yes.
Because we just put them in immediate danger?
Right, and we didn't need to. Why are we in a defensive posture? You're saying it's almost like we helped sucker punch a guy, and now we're, not really sucker punch, but we still straight up punched a dude. Now we're ready for reciprocation.
We had a choice to keep our soldiers safe or put them in harm's way, and we chose to put them in harm's way for a result that will be minimally beneficial to the United States of America. No matter what happens out of this, we don't gain a whole lot. Again, even if there's no Iran nuclear program, okay, it just goes back to what it was. Even if the Ayatollah is gone and they have a new leadership in Iran, it's not going to be... 1776. It's not going to be Thomas Jefferson. It's going to be something that'll be at best, moderate towards America and Israel. And even that doesn't really benefit, like you and I, maybe it benefits our government, but it really doesn't benefit you and I at all. And now we've caused Iran to close down the Straits of Hormuz. So we've got economic warfare now. It just seems like us bombing Iran gave us, the people, nothing but more military spending. And on the negative side of things, all of our goods are about to get more expensive. And the whole idea of dropping bombs on a country and then telling them to make peace is, I don't care who you are, what side you're on.
That's a dick move.
That's insane. That really is crazy to drop heavy bombs on people and go, all right, let's talk peace.
They are under a significant amount of duress and a significant amount of threat right now. But then, of course, John, if the Iranians attack us, they're going to be met with overwhelming force. And I don't think the president could be clear about this. If you look at what we did yesterday, John, we did not attack the nation of Iran.
Get ready for this. Fucking get ready for this. We didn't attack the nation of Iran. Don't ask the nation of Iran if they feel like they've been attacked or not. Trust what J.D. Vance is about to say here.
We did not attack any civilian targets. We didn't even attack military targets outside of the 3 nuclear weapons facilities that we thought were important to accomplish our goal of preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon.
Guys, we didn't attack military targets, just the ones we wanted to.
We didn't attack Iran. We just attacked shit inside of Iran. It's totally different. I want to ask the staff that were working in those nuclear facilities if they feel like they were attacked or not. I want to ask the people who were working for a paycheck at those nuclear facilities. I'm sure they got to have janitors in those buildings, right?
Yeah, dude. Everybody shits.
I want to ask them. I want to ask their families if they feel like the United States attacked Iran or if they were just attacking, the buildings.
So how Iran responds, I think, is ultimately the ball is in their court. But if you look at what we did,
the ball is in their court because we
but the court has a crater from our bomb in it.
We violently threw the ball into their court, and now we're like, ball's in their court now.
It was very precise, very narrowly tailored to our objective. And if the Iranians decide to expand this, then that's ultimately their decision, and the President of the United States will respond.
I mean, if Iran wants to be a dick, God, it really, I get it. We have to reach. We have to reach because there's no reason for this to happen.
Well,
there's no reason for us to do this. It's absolute bullshit. And we're grasping at straws for reasons. And we're going, Iran, the ball's in their court. They can do whatever they want. Yeah, they can do whatever they want. And that whatever they want is probably going to be warfare, economic, or military. Militarily. Meritocracy. So, it's just, we bombed the fuck out of them. Sure, we came in like completely unprovoked and just attacked this country for no fucking reason. But really, it's up to them what happens next.
Be a shame if they didn't learn from the first time we punched him in the face.
Making speech free again says Aaron acting like this is an intramural flag football game really highlights how local this program. I don't want this to be a game at all. We're a comedy show, so there has to be some levity so we can get through this. Okay, fine. You don't want me to fucking joke about it? You want my honest to fuck opinion rather than, not depressing the shit out of people? I don't have a fucking country. I don't have an independent nation. The revolution is dead. We're a wholly owned subsidiary of the Jewish conspiracy known as Israel. They own our country. They blackmail our leaders. They probably helped assassinate one of our fucking presidents. And if we don't go along to get along, they will fucking bury everybody at the upper echelons of our government and society. We live under constant threat from the nation of Israel. They have their hooks inside of our country. AIPAC advocates for another nation to our government, and we don't make them register as a foreign agent. My country is not free. My country doesn't get to make its own decisions because they live under constant threat of being blackmailed, exposed, or even killed. There. How's that? Do you maybe understand now why I might approach this with a little levity? Because you know what this does? It stresses me the fuck out. It gets me all worked up, and it makes this show no fucking fun to do. You want my honest opinion rather than us going, there's nothing we can do. Might as well try to find some gallows humor in this whole thing. You want my honest fucking opinion? Sam Show's right, and it's fucking depressing to think about. There. Can I go back to doing fun ski time now? Can we have...
could I have your honest opinion?
Can we have fun ski guy time? Can I go back to making silly jokes? I wouldn't watch a Nick Fuentes video yesterday because I was worried he was spot fucking on. There was a 40-minute history of Israel video that Nick Fuentes did. I opened it, but I couldn't hit play because I was worried that I was going to cross a Rubicon and the bridge was going to blow up behind me and there was no going back. That's what this whole thing has me feeling. Agita. That's what it is. Are we happy now? Are we?
$20 gets you a paragraph of Naked Twister.
We have to do a paragraph of Naked Twister. Captain Joe gave us $20. I was going to read that a second ago, but I had to first clarify my opinion on the matter because making speech free again didn't want me making so many yokely jokes. No more yokely jokes. I'm trying to hide the anti-Semitism that I'm feeling right now because I feel like it's kind of justified because I love my country, I'm a fucking patriot, and my country is compromised. And it ain't by Muslims. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
This is NPR.
This is NPR.
We'll be right back.
Keep throwing in money towards that goal. And you know what we should put on? Hey, does Streamlabs have tote bags for merch?
Oh, dude, totally. We should totally have tote bags.
We have to be. We have to have
bags.
Hit the goal tote bags.
Yeah.
That has to be a thing.
Or another win for the tote.
Another win for the tote. Oh, multiple tote bags. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, and of course we must thank my old friend Jeff In-N-Out Epstein, without whom this wouldn't have happened. Well, that's true as well. All right, Captain Joe, thank you for the $20, buddy. Sorry that it took so long to get to you, but I was accused of being yokely. Captain Joe with $20 says Iran is not going to do a thing except close Hormuz. The Straits of, that's really fucking important. Yeah, Iran's not going to do shit except the one thing that affects 350 million Americans.
Right, they're just going to cut off that oil artery that we are extremely dependent on.
We made a critical error with this attack, and they are just going to wait Trump out. I don't give a fuck. Here, you know what? If it's going to cost us $5 a gallon gas in closing the Straits of Hormuz, here's one for you. I don't give a fuck if Iran gets a nuke. Russia's got nukes. North Korea's got nukes. China's got nukes. I don't give a shit. Get a fucking nuke. Numero uno with $1 says Sam Show is right. So then you are gay and Jewish. Yep.
Both counts.
Both counts. Fucking gay and Jewish. Oh, man. Making speech free again, says C. Wasn't that liberating? You fucking.
Don't you feel better now? No! Kind of. It's weird.
Now I'm going to have to shit again.
Oh.
God damn it. Making speech free again says thank you. Rovert says get it all out. Just let it out. That's a good boy. Oh, man. Tolkien Study says, I'd love to send you some real books, Aaron. I didn't know you had a P.O. box. Send me an email. I'll send you the address, my man. I'm just scrolling through the chat to see if anyone had anything to add to my
nice little rant.
My little rant. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Rumble exclusive next week.
2:45 away from today. We're just $15 away from my favorite.
Oh, dear Lord, no.
Yes, my favorite goal portion of the show. 2:45 away from today. You're about $5-10 ahead. Get it to 200 by 8:30, and we're looking awesome. Or get it to 2:30 in a couple of minutes. Victor becoming a member for 37 months says 3 years is a long time. Well, we appreciate you.
Thank you, Victor.
Yeah, we appreciate you supporting this show. for that
3
long.
years.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, you didn't tell me Owen Benjamin was going to be on the show today. This text message coming in, will you tell us how you really feel? Yeah, I'll get right on that. $1 from Switchblade Proper says, how much to watch the Fuentes video on stream? If you guys knock out the goal by 8:30 after today's show, I will go on Rumble and we will watch the Nick Fuentes Israel video. If you hit the goal by 8:30, you know, when people ask me how much to do a thing,
right, you give them.
I always give them a price tag, you know. All right, so Captain Joe gave us $20. That means I have to do a paragraph of
Naked Twister.
$10 for a sentence, $20 for a paragraph, $50 for a page. All right, here we go. So we started with the letter that Jade got from Victoria or Madison or whatever about the Nate. This is the beginning of parties. This is the beginning of the book. Dear Jade, you are cordially invited to a party at Madison's place this Saturday at 9 p.m. As with my other events, there will be a special activity that will be sure to keep everyone engaged and spread the love around. I don't want to spoil the surprise by giving away too much, other than asking you to wear loose-fitting or stretchy clothing. And you might also want to work on strengthening your abs at the gym or the yoga studio, because you're going to need a fair amount of stamina to play the game I have in mind. I think you'll find this variation on a classic game will be sure to please. Be there or be square. Maddie. P.S. Make sure you are freshly polished and scrubbed, and I do mean everywhere, because you know, one thing often leads to another at my parties.
Right, guys, it's not a culture of promiscuity at all. Where do you get these horrible
It's not a culture
ideas?
of promiscuity and degeneracy and the end of the of Western civilization. You guys are all insane. Fuck you, dude, with $5 says, talk about black people next. My chest hurts from screaming about Israel. Do you see why? You see why I kind of keep it light on this program? 240. Oh, man, you know what 240 is? 240 is when you know you've had too many beans.
Oh, Jesus.
See,
230 wasn't bad enough. Now you got to come up with 240.
It's 240.
Oh, Jesus.
That's how you know that you.
Where's the goal at? It's at 240.
It's at 240. Not for very long, though. Wally World with $5 says, how much to stop your ranting? Asking first, APAC. Tell APAC they're fine. Nobody's.
No, hold off. APAC has some deep pockets. Let's add some zeros.
Yeah, but they're cheap. All right, 235 is. 235. We're almost there. Chevrolet JB with $1 says, I get it now. Madison is Diddy. That's not far off. That is not far off, my friend. All right, let's continue. Thank you very much. What did I say? By 8:30, if we knock out today's goal, we would watch the Nick Fuentes video after the show on the history of our friends, our America's greatest ally, Israel. 235 away from today, just $5 away from the best ever. The best goal of the day. So, one of my favorite things this weekend I got to do in looking for stuff to talk about with this whole Israel-Iran-America war thing is I got to watch people who have been America first, MAGA, Trump rules, Trump is awesome. So much so that media people got a job inside of the Trump administration. It's been funny to watch them all try to scramble. And because, like I said, I thought there would be a lot more people who feel like me on this bombing Iran thing, but it turns out there's a lot of people who just love Trump and love the idea of winning with Trump, that there's really no principle to it. There's no, we want you to do this, we don't want you to do that. I mean, these are people who claim to be economically libertarian, but yet they cheer on the tariffs. These are people who want to do America first, but they do Israel's bidding overseas militarily, even if it puts us at risk of terrorist attacks and new wars. So Tammy Bruce, I don't know if you know who she is. Tammy Bruce was a radio person for a long time. And she was kind of neoconish, I would say. She was a bit hawkish. And her, but then she kind of became a big Trump person, and it was almost like, she was reformed. Okay. She was new. She was reformed. She was America first. She was MAGA, so much so that Trump put her in the State Department. Trump made her a part of his inside team. So a radio person, someone with communications experience, becomes a State Department spokesperson. That makes sense, right? They understand the media. They're savvy. So they're going to be someone who goes out and gives the interview and gives the State Department's opinion. Before we get to that, Gray Duckling gave us $15. Johnny, any idea why Gray Duckling gave us $15?
I have no idea. Why did Gray Duckling give us $15?
Because he hates the dentist.
Oh,
jokes.
thank Christ! I was really worried we were going to land right on 2:30. I forgot we're under it. So we're all the way past it. Thank you, Gray Duckling.
That puts Gray Duckling in third place at $20. Wally in fourth at 15. Captain Joe in second at 20. Miss Tay in first at 25. Thank you guys very, very much. So now that means 220 is the number for today. 220 is the number for today. Oh, hold on. Brian with $50 says, I'm giving you a heads up. Melton is an obsessed stalker. Yes.
I don't know if that, thank you for that alert. We could have used that a couple of forevers ago.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called Super Chats from 2023. That's our new segment on the program. Next, you're going to give me the breaking news that Patrick Melton has expressed his sexual interest in children many times in the past. That would really surprise the living shit out of me. Thank you very much. So $50. Give that man an Elon. Where? God damn it. Fucking Elon, where are you? Oh, no, Olbermann. I'm sorry. $50 is an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
There you go, buddy. Thank you very much, Brandon. Appreciate that. You're now in first place. Brandon with a big $50 drop. Appreciate it, buddy. Miss Tay now in second at 25. Captain Joe in third. Gray Duckling in fourth. And Wally will drop out of the top four. Now with $50, that means he gets a page. Am I wrong? It also puts us.
Gets a page.
Yeah, it also puts us 185 away from today's goal. You guys are moving, man. Thank you very much. Remember, if you get that 185 knocked out in the next 25 minutes after the show today, we have to do the Nick Fuentes History of Israel video. Okay. A whole page for $50 in Naked Twitch. Should I have to leave it open like this when I read it?
I mean, that might help. Don't turn off. You did it at the beginning. Don't turn off to the side because then the book's missing and it just looks like you saying these things.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's keep it right here. What the? Now, remember, the letter had just been written that she's invited to this crazy naked twister
crazy
sex party.
Right. Some sort of game.
What the? I thought as my mind raced trying to decipher what she was cooking up this time. It's going to be some kind of physical game requiring strength and stamina. And it sounds like there's going to be a fair amount of body contact, with or without clothes. It could be anything from flag football to dodgeball to Nerf tag. After stewing over what she had planned for most of the day, I finally succumbed later that evening and gave her a ring. Hey, sexy, she answered after seeing my caller ID on her phone. Sexy. Sex with Twister. It's sexy. You know I can't sit on that mysterious invitation without wanting to pry for more details. Pry away, these people are fucking, they're just garbage. everything with them is just wet pussy. It's just like there's
Just
no
flirty and
grocery shopping. There's no social, there's no building of friendships or anything else. It's just, look, orgasms are great and all, but like when you're living your whole life just for the next one, you might have an addiction.
what are you doing?
Pry away, she teased, but you're not going to get much more out of me. Finding out what the surprise is when you get here. That's half the fun. Plus, I want everybody to be charged up and ready to jump in the moment they arrive. Jump in, I said. Does it involve your swimming pool? At some point, it's pretty likely, she said, if only to cool off after all the strenuous exercise. And I'm pretty sure most of the attendees will have their clothes stripped off within an hour or so. So it seems like a logical place to finish off. Oh, God, a dirty, fucking gross pool full of naked sweat. And all these exhibitionists are always ugly, disgusting. Like, the naked exhibitionists are never the people you want to be one. It's
Right?
always
Hot
just...
people don't want to fucking groups.
No. It's always gross degenerates. You are such a tease, I huffed, more confused than ever about what she had planned. Who's invited? It's a pretty mixed bag, she said, knowing my preference for sex with women. Yeah, and by the way, the LGBT community is not fraught with degeneracy and perversion.
They're not obsessed with sex.
Some people you know, plus a few new faces, but I can guarantee they're all hot. There you go. There you are.
Switch hot for leaders of industry in that book totally slaps.
Thank you, Brian, for the $50. That's your page right there. Naked Twister, by the way, if you're just joining us, Cheetos sent us this book.
Again, thanks, buddy.
$20 for a paragraph, $50 a page, $10 for a sentence. Thank you. Oh, let's do a sentence for Gray Duckling, who gave us 15.
Yep.
You might even be tempted to switch sides once or twice during all the merrymaking. Fucking pigs. Fucking degenerate garbage. It's just call a spade a spade.
Whoa.
No, not.
No, they were in this book.
Well, you understand. All right, let's, as we continue on. Oh, we're under 200 by 8:30. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Making speech free again, calling this the Steel Toe Merrymaking Show. Let's call it something else. Let's call it something else.
You don't like merrymaking?
I don't want to make merry.
You don't want to make a merry?
No. I've done enough merrymaking for one lifetime. All right, let's do the Tammy Bruce segment before Brian so generously interrupted us with that $50. Let's do, so this is Tammy Bruce, former radio personality, MAGA, all about Trump, gets a job in the State Department. How are we going to polish this Iranian turd?
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people, and in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel.
I want to reiterate, Tammy Bruce, can you, real quick, Johnny, what's that title?
U.S. State Department spokesperson, I believe is what
Yes.
Spock's means.
Yes.
Tammy Bruce.
What country?
United States?
United States State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce. One more time. What did she say?
And in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel.
See why I tell jokes? What do you want me to do?
At least she said it.
Do you want to give me a fucking heart attack? Is that what you'd like? Making speech free again? Do you want my honest opinion on what I just heard Tammy Bruce say? I think it's fucking treasonous. That's what I think. You're on this team. I don't care if you're a State Department spokesperson for Zimbabwe. You'd better think they're the best fucking country in the world, or you can not even get the fuck out. Just don't represent it in government. Jesus Christ. People are way too comfortable saying that shit in this country. Oh man. And they just say, and then they smile. They smile. They look you, these people look you in the eye, tell you that they're not on your fucking side. And then they laugh at you. They tell you, I don't think my country is best. I think this country's better. And I'm going to do what I can to help that country, even if it's at the expense of ours. And I'm going to look you at, I mean, I appreciate the honesty, I guess, but it makes me feel like I'm being held captive in my own country.
It is, it's an honor to be able to make a difference and to be able to speak in this regard with an administration that I love so much and that I feel genuinely represented by. It's a real honor.
What the?
Because
well,
she's
actually,
Jewish.
Shit, never mind. Yeah.
Because she's Jewish. Then go, Sam Hyde had a great point when he was on that Bradley Martin show. He said, you want to run finance? You want to run movies? You want to run politics? Go fucking do it in Israel then. Why do you have to come to my country and take over all of these things and then act essentially as a double agent? If you moved from Russia,
in Israel.
If you moved from the Soviet Union back in the 70s, let's say, and you showed the affinity for the Soviet Union that people like Tammy Bruce and other people in our government show for Israel, you would have been brought before a tribunal and imprisoned or hanged.
And these are the same people that say the stuff about Ilhan Omar and stuff about how that's dual loyalties and that's not okay. And it's like, but how is this any different?
If Ilhan Omar is shitty for saying she's looking out for the interests of Somalia, then Tammy Bruce should be looked at as bad for doing the same thing, but with Israel.
Right.
Well, somebody needs to break it down like I'm a retard from the Midwest. The difference between Ilhan Omar and Tammy Bruce, or the difference between Ilhan Omar and Ted Cruz, who says, I want to be the most pro-Israel senator in America. Holy shit, I wish we could get some pro-America senators in there.
Yeah, just one or two.
Oh, my God. So
I thought this whole last president's thing was he was whole pro-America, America first, all that shit.
I mean, is this the most pro-America we're going to get? Is this pretty much what we can expect? This is
starting to seem like it, yeah.
This is as pro-America as they're, allowing us to be. I don't understand why Ilhan Omar gets the shit she does and Tammy Bruce and these other people don't.
I agree. It's kind of fucked up.
You work for America and you say things like the greatest country in the world next to Israel.
Then why don't you go there?
Zionism advocates for ethnic cleansing. We have bombed Serbia over claims of ethnic cleansing. We have gone to war in Bosnia over claims of ethnic cleansing of Muslims. We fought on behalf of Muslims in Bosnia to protect them from ethnic cleansing. They sure could use our help again, but we're too busy helping out the greatest country in the world. And their stated mission, Hamas gets a lot of shit, and rightfully so. Hamas, bad guys too. But Hamas gets a lot of shit for their stated goal of pushing Israel into the sea and eliminating them from the map, right?
Right.
Zionism advocates pushing the Muslims out of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, forcing them out of their homes and moving Jewish people in. Someone needs to, again, sit me down with a box of crayons, I guess, and explain to me how those two positions are wildly different.
They're kind of not, which is why I'm like, let's not be involved.
We're not allied with the lesser of two evils. We're just picking between the easier to swallow of two genocides.
Yeah, for the most part.
Here, I have a novel opinion. My novel opinion is the United States should not side with anybody to be genocided. I think we should not encourage genocide in any way, shape, or form. I know that's controversial.
It is. It's really kind of fucked up of you to say.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
I
dude,
apologize.
what the fuck?
I apologize.
I thought I understood what was going on here.
I apologize for saying we should not advocate genocide. Sorry, Brian Landon. He says, for $57, my name should be spelled correctly. Your name is Brian Landon, so I put you in there as Brandon. Do you see where my fuck up came from?
Yeah.
Thank you. 185 away from today. Let's get to 100 by 9:30. You guys have 12 minutes to band together and knock out today's goal, and we will do the Nick Fuentes Israel video that I wouldn't watch last night. I couldn't watch it because I'm like, I feel like I'm going to agree with every word of this, and I can't do that. I can't bring myself to watch that. It's even getting to the point where like YouTubers who do biography and documentary videos, they go, all right, look, here's my most unbiased, fair, by the facts analysis of how Israel became a country and what they've done since. This is not playing on anti-Semitic tropes, blah, 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 anything like that. And like in the video, you can see them getting uncomfortable. They're like, look, they've done some really fucked up shit. Terrorism, ethnic cleansing, conquest, colonialism. Well, the most generous reading of this would be blah, blah, blah. Like you can see they're like seeing their YouTube strike in real time and they have to decide between let this video go where the
Truth
facts.
and views. Which do I want?
Where the facts are or not pissing off a certain group of people. Thank you very much to Atomic Ray for gifting a membership. Thank you very much. That one went to Captain Joe. Pass those along. We appreciate it. $1.80 away from today's goal. Thank you for the contributions today. Today's goal, $180. We appreciate it. All right. Obama bro loses it over Iran strike. Now, I have to announce that as a consequence of the war, Johnny, we lost not the bee. We lost them. They picked a side.
Oh, no.
Should it really surprise anyone, though, that, you know, a kind of cookie cutter Christianic conservative publication sided with Israel in war over America in peace?
Well, you know, Jesus needs his landing strip.
I really wish that you Christians would remember that these people played a very prominent role in murdering our Savior.
That's the kind of effed up part, is they think that God's going to come back and smote all of the Jews like at one go, like, hey, I remember what you did.
Hey, Johnny, when Jesus went into the temple and was flipping the tables on the Pharisees, who were the Pharisees?
I think those were the modern day Jews or the Jews
those
of the
time?
time.
Those were the ruling class of the Jews. Yeah, ruling class of the Jews. That's
What was he upset with the Pharisees about? I'm not very religious.
I want to say it was tax, debt, and loan related. Why did Jesus flip the tables? He was deeply angered by the commercialization and corruption taking place there, particularly the exploitation of people seeking to worship. The money changers and dove sellers were turning the temple, which should have been a house for prayer, into a marketplace, hindering the worship of Gentiles and taking advantage of the faithful. The action
Thank
was
God
a
we don't
form
see that
of
shit happen today.
prophetic protest against injustice and hypocrisy within the religious system. So Jesus wanted the regular, everyday Jews to be able to go into their temple and worship, but the ruling class was turning it into a marketplace. So he's flipping tables. I wonder if whose side Jesus would be on, the Zionist Israelis, or would I feel like if Jesus came back, he'd be a radical Jew again. That would be against the ruling class.
Yeah, probably.
Revolution was in his blood.
And that's one thing they don't talk about. There's plenty of people who are Jewish that are not necessarily, they're not against it or anything, but they're not
Zionists. They're not Zionists
of Israel. They're not Zionist Jews. And so if it's weird that if you go against Israel, you're automatically anti-Semitic. Like, no, I have no problem with any Jewish person that lives in this country that's just their religion and that's their private business. Like, I have zero problem with that. It's the
Like
country.
I would never just see a Jewish person and go, ugh. I think that's stupid. But
I'd fart on them.
No, I would not fart on a Jew. I would never fart on a Jew. I want to say that right now. A Hindu, they seem like pushovers. I like them, but I feel like they'd let me get away with it. I would never fart on a Jew.
Tell you who I won't fart on. Koreans. You don't want to know what they'll do.
Especially
they aren't going to complain to the manager. They're going to find roof access.
Especially if you see them going up the stairs afterwards. Like, uh-oh, here we go. By the way, speaking of Jesus, the reason I thought of Jesus flipping tables in the temple, it's because of a song.
Oh, why?
It's
Church? Is it Eric Church?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a yes.
I don't know. I can't remember. I just remember the line. I believe it was Leonidas on the Spartan Sea, the Lion of Judah flipping tables on Pharisees. I believe. Oh, look, when I type in the lyrics, here's your chest. Oh, wait, hold on. I went too far. I went too far.
Baby, won't you ride with me? Boys on Pharisee.
Oh, here we go. What a
I don't
poet.
like that I could freaking, like, it was a pretty safe bet, but still, I don't like that. I'm like, it's church. And I feel like I'm absorbing information of Eric Church, and I don't like it because it's not willful. This is second law.
Right. Kind of right. Is it kind of right?
If you make me like Eric Church, I swear to Christ.
Did you like that song? Did you like that little part?
No,
yeah.
It's just the, like you said, the lyrics, and I'm like, for some reason I thought Eric Church, like, immediately, and I'm like, I really hope it's not Eric Church, because I feel like somebody who avoids seeing anything involving like two dudes, because I'm like, I don't want to find out that that's something that I'm okay with. And then
but how about
you showing me to church is like opening the door to gate him.
Now wait a minute. Maybe you like the actual beginning of the song. It's about how most people want peace in their life, but this song's called "Storm in Their Blood." There's some people who just have a storm in their blood. And the brilliance of Eric Church's songwriting is he could have just said Jesus, but he said the Lion of Judah, flipping tables on Pharisees. Mwah. Brilliant. A Give 'em Hell Harry reference in a song. You don't hear that very often. You know what Give 'em Hell?
He goes with deep cuts.
You know what Give 'em Hell Harry is?
Isn't that from World War II?
It was from Harry Truman's re-election campaign in 1948. When he beat Thomas Dewey. It was, they said he was giving a speech and he was ranting against the Republican Party, and a guy yelled out, "Give him hell, Harry!" And that became the theme.
Nice.
Doom Clone says, I disliked the stream 32 times because of the Eric Church song.
Thank you.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, Eric Church makes trains sound like Slayer in comparison. Well, just when you think you have an understanding with your entire audience, they come and they tell you that it's shit. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. She says, Jews rule, Sam Show drools.
Okay.
It's a heavy accusation. Heavy accusation.
Ball in your court, Sam.
Yeah. Numero uno with another $1 says, Eric Church is what Clay Aiken puts on when he really wants to rock out. Are we sitting here pretending that I won't demonetize my own show for entertainment? And are we also going to sit here as a group of men watching this program? Are we going to sit here and say that Invisible by Clay Aiken isn't kind of a banger?
I don't know that song.
Oh, that was the right answer.
Oh, no, it wasn't. What?
You don't know that
I
song? You don't remember
just
Clay
don't like
Aiken
it.
Invisible from 15 years ago?
No, I do not.
Oh my God, I can't believe you don't know. This site turned out to be gay.
What do you mean turned out to be?
Yeah, well,
it's like he started that way.
Oh, come on. You're saying started left, stayed left like a bad field goal.
Yeah.
All right. For those of you who don't know this song and are calling me, or who do know this song and are calling me gay right now, I dare you not to sing when we get Invisible. This is actually the theme song of the Mossad.
Oh, dude. I'm having involuntary body spasms, but I think they were triggered by that song.
You didn't think that song was good?
No. And I have to admit, listening to that first lyric, I got kind of creeped out. If I was invisible, I could like he could just follow you around and watch you, and you would have no idea. You'd think you're all alone in that restroom. Dude, that's messed up, man. Dude, like an Invisible Man, Kevin Bacon is the bad guy, okay? Like, holy Jesus.
It's called Hollow Man, first of all.
Oh, Hollow Man, thank you.
And it's a terrible fucking movie. Please watch it. It's so bad.
It is an awesomely bad movie.
It's so bad. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says Eric Church is what Aaron puts on when he needs to feel like, hey, licking up cum isn't actually that gay. Doom Clone says Johnny turned out to be a lump of goo. Clay Aiken was born wrong. People are pointing out that the line, if he was invisible, he'd watch you in your room. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. Like I said. It's just a little bit creepy. Like all the way creepy.
I don't know. I happen to think that this is a fine tune.
That says a lot.
Zen Man Build says, so you haven't seen Hollow Man 2 then? Oh, shit. I didn't even know there was a Hollow Man 2.
There's a sequel?
Well, you get bad news every day. It's just, it's how you take it, really. Uh-oh! Oh, this says read to yourself. Oh, I just hate Patrick. This is my way to troll Patrick when he covers you. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm really a way better person than Patrick is. This person gave us $200 and wanted me to put his wife's name as the donor.
No, we're not doing that.
I've beaten Patrick Melton. I've won. Like, I'm a better guy than him and all of his cronies. Like, that's gross. That's
regardless of what Patrick may have done, like his wife's never done it.
Wife, poor woman. I mean, the fact that she hasn't been crushed.
Has she not suffered enough?
I mean,
do you not see what she's shackled to?
Being a beard that's hard enough. Jesus. I mean, at least, the fact that your husband is unhealthy and is probably going to die young, at least you can be free to live a real life at some point. But thank you very much. He did say put my first name in. If you're not going to use that one, and I appreciate you giving me that option. Our buddy Steven with $200. Holy monkey shit. Steven's up, and by the way, that came in before 8:30.
So you're doing extra stuff today.
Yeah, I got to go on right after the show's over, and we got to do the Nick Fuentes video.
Mm-hmm.
No, $1 from Numero Uno says, was it gold folds? No, it wasn't. I don't know what gold folds is. All right, give that man an Elon.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
There we go. And now it's another win for the toe. And we're $20 ahead for tomorrow. And I have to go on after today's show is over. And I have to do a little Nick Fuentes coverage.
So at $50 a page, are you reading 4 pages?
Do I have to read 4 pages?
I mean,
of
it
Naked
depends
Twister?
on how many things we're sticking to.
Let me see. Let's do this. We have one last Iran thing. Let's do the one last Iran thing, and then we'll do Naked Twister, and then we'll move on to some other stuff that we've got for today.
All right.
How does that sound? They went after this. So Not the Bee is full on war rules. War is awesome. We should totally go to war with anyone Israel wants us to. And anybody who says we shouldn't is gay and a liberal, and you agree with all the liberals. You know, I hate this, like, not false equivalency, like this guilt by association shit. I think when it comes to stuff like this, it's so petty. And it also tells me that you know that your argument is kind of shit. And you know you're being kind of a hypocrite when you try to go, oh, yeah, well, then you agree with this guy. I have no problem. Like, if there's a guy I typically disagree with and I agree with him on something, and then someone tries to guilt me out of my position by going, oh, yeah, well, then you agree with Obama. I'm like, okay, then I guess Obama's right on this one. That's fine. Like, I don't give a shit. So this
Cool,
guy,
I got another guy on my team. I like it.
Yeah.
I like being in the majority.
this guy from Pod Save America, have you heard of that show?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
It's a progressive podcast, and one of the hosts, Tommy Vietor, was an Obama National Security Council member. And he does this show, Pod Save America, and it's a lefty deal. And Not the Bee phrased his response to the bombing of Iran as this: Obama bro loses it over Iran strike. Now,
and I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
I guess Elon's very proud of that.
I mean, he did give us $200, so technically.
That's fair.
So they're like, Obama bro loses it over Iran strike. I don't know about you, but when it comes to issues of like war and terrorism and foreign policy, I don't see things as like lib conservative, mega Obama bro, like versus, you know, it's your principles, what you feel. It's like golf. You're playing against yourself. You know, are you adhering to your principles? Are you respecting your own beliefs? Are you being consistent? If someone says, hey, you're on the same side as this lefty, I'm like, well, then I guess there was shit that this lefty and I agreed with the whole time.
Yeah.
Because my position on the Iran thing is pretty consistent with the way my position has been on this kind of stuff the whole time.
From the jump.
But Not the Bee, who's kind of gone full neocon, unfortunately, posted this tweet from Tommy Vietor and said, oh, the Obama bros are losing it. Tommy Vietor writes, Donald Trump just took us to war with Iran without explaining why it was necessary or getting authorization from Congress. He is weak and got manipulated into doing Netanyahu's dirty work. What a pathetic, lying moron. Now, let's take the superlatives out of it. Let's take the, the name calling and that shit out of it. Let's look at just the facts of what he said. Donald Trump just took us to war with Iran without explaining why it was necessary or getting authorization from Congress. True. Accurate. Now, does he have to? Not for 60 days. And since he's done bombing them, or at least we've been told we're done, he doesn't have to go to Congress. He can do this one strike, and he's got 60 days to continue striking before he has to go to Congress and get an extension. It's called the War Powers Act. He is weak and got manipulated into doing Netanyahu's dirty work.
It's an opinion, but I can't say that it's false because we did work on behalf of Israel. If you want to interpret that as doing Netanyahu's dirty work, again, that's a matter of perspective, but it is accurate.
It does seem like that's 1,000% what happened. So, I mean, you can call it what you want. You can say, it's Obama bros are melting down. The Obama bros are, okay, then the Obama bros are melting down. Then I guess I agree with the Obama bros on this one. I think our president got manipulated by Netanyahu to go to war with Iran. We could have stuck to our guns, stuck to our own intelligence services and said, this isn't, not our pig, not our farm. But instead, Netanyahu and a bunch of other people came to the White House and started lobbying and lobbying and lobbying. And we eventually, they got their way. And It's not hard to see how they got their way with people like Tammy Bruce in the White House going, America's the greatest country in the world next to Israel. Great.
So go there.
You know, watching Steve Bannon and Elon and all these other guys like criticize Trump and go, hey, look, he's not doing this. He's not doing that. I mean, it's hard to tell those people they're wrong.
Well, at this point, I've kind of been, I was getting disheartened because I didn't think much of him in the beginning anyway, but I was like, well, if we get what we want, and I know over here I won't get what I want, so I hope over here I will. And then he won, and I'm like, all right, maybe. But like I said, other than the immigration stuff, most of what Trump has promised has either been backpedaled, not come through, or substantially redacted at this point.
I will say that you're right. On the immigration stuff, he has stayed
on point.
He has stayed on point. And also, even though I disagree with it, the tariffs thing, he was right about the tariff. Like, he kept to his word on tariffs. He said he was going to do tariffs, and he's doing them. So it's not like he lied there. But the war stuff, yeah, he's not keeping his promise.
I was just mostly surprised that the main area where he seems to have not really followed through on things seemingly involve like this other, like, because it's the Epstein list. Like, we were told we were going to get that stuff, and then like this whole not going to war thing. It just, there's a reoccurring trend here.
Yeah. Let's okay, so we owe a lot of pages from Steven and his $200 he dropped on the show. So let's go ahead and continue on with Naked Twister. Then we've got Joe Rogan talking about how the Pride movement has gone too far. We have Bill Maher saying the View has gone too far. And we have Vance Belter, the Minnesota politician shooter, dropping a complete nuke over the weekend. Did you hear what Vance Belter said? Said that Tim Walz told him to kill a United States senator.
Oh boy, because it's been going back and forth. First, he was a liberal guy, and they're like, oh, another crazy lib. And everyone else, he's a registered Republican. It's another one of these right-wing nuttards. And then now it's a Tim Walz. Oh, boy.
Maybe Tim Walz wasn't lying when he said he's befriended many school shooters.
And some of them aren't even actual shooters. They have hopes and dreams. But I'm like, I believe in you.
Yeah, they're aspiring school shooters, right? So let's do like a page at a time. We'll get 4 pages in for old Steven, and in between stories, that'll be our transition today, is Naked Twister stories. So when we last left off in Naked Twister, Johnny, this woman had a friend, and that friend, she was inviting her to this party. She told her there's going to be this crazy thing. You better have your ab strength. You better be all clean.
Loose-fitting or stretchy clothing.
Yeah, you better be all clean and not stinky, and you're going to want to get in the pool, and you're going to get horny and all this other stuff. Bunch of lesbian degenerates.
Everyone's going to be hot.
Yeah.
It's going to be sexy.
So we continue. Jesus mad. Madison is her name. Jesus mad. I squealed into the phone. You're killing me. That's the whole idea, she said. I want you to be on pins and needles by the time you arrive at the party, and to keep your options open, because there's going to be a fair amount of random touching and interaction. You know, I don't get this whole thing where like gays are some kind of degenerate subculture. I don't understand where that came from. Who knows what body parts might get intermingled with others during all the hijinks? Where do you come up with these crazy ideas anyway? I said, marveling at her ingenuity and finding ever more creative and exciting games. What can I say, she said. I guess I'm just a kinky kind of girl. You got that right, I smiled, reflecting back on our last erotic encounter at her previous game night involving blindfolds, because, of course, we can't just have a nice party where everyone has some drinks and we play some yard games. There has to be vaginas, and there has to be the fucking fingerings and all these other things. It can't just be a nice, normal party.
Has to be eyes wide shut.
The kind of people who have these parties, you have your fantasy of how these people are. No, they're all really gross, weird, goblin-looking motherfuckers all the time. But I can't guarantee I'm going to be all polished and pristine by the time I get there. That's great. Let's promise stinky pussies. This is fantastic. I'm already getting wet imagining what you've got in store this time. You know, that's how my buddy and I always talk when we're going to have a barbecue, like we're going to smoke ribs or something. You know, like, oh, yeah, I'm fucking hard just thinking about all the...
You want to come over for the game? I'm making a 3-layer bean dip. Oh, dude, I'm rock hard thinking about putting my chips in that dip. Like, that's
Right?
not how dudes...
Like, okay, to think that there isn't a stark difference in culture and civilization between heterosexual people and the LGBTQ community. Like, hey, man, you want to get together, have a couple beers, and watch the game? No, I'm jizzing all over my room. Like,
do you guys ever do anything, like, no offense, like, gay community, do you ever do anything boring? Like just like, hey, you want to come over? Like, I got the new movie. I got the Blu-ray with the special features we like watching sometimes. Like,
Game 7 of the NBA Finals coming up. You wanna watch the game? Yeah, you want to jack each other up? No, I just want to watch the fucking game.
I got the hockey game on NHL On Demand. Oh, yeah, we can get naked and jerk each other. No.
Or we can watch the game. You know, I'm not going to invite you over anymore. You keep doing this. That's like the normal way to handle this. Like, oh, yeah, my pussy's going to be stinky from how wet I am already about your party. It's like, well, then don't come. Then don't come to my party. You and your stinky cunt can stay back at your house. We don't need you here.
Stay home and wash your vagina.
It's a fucking garden party. We're going to be looking at begonias. If that fucks you
Clean
up.
your box, bucko.
Clean your box, bucko. I got people, they go to my parties and they've got wet pussies everywhere and I smelled salmon all the time and I don't even like seafood. And I tell them, I give them a bar of soap and I give them some douche and I say, why don't you go wash your disgusting pussy? You smell like a lobster. Oh, God. All right, let's finish this page.
That's what she said.
Don't worry your pretty little pussy over it, she said. A little extra lubrication might come in handy in more ways than one for what I have in mind. And I use the word come very loosely in this context. What are we, fucking 13? Honestly.
Apparently. How old was the author of this book?
We're looking up the author after this page.
Smell my fingers, dude. I'm telling you, I got to second base with Shelly. Smell my fingers.
Fuck you, I said playfully. I hope so, she purred. You fucking lesbos. But it will depend which way the bottle spins. Or maybe I'll just sit on the bottle. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have done. God damn it. I really should.
I love that you're reading this book. And that part, you were holding it down, too, so it just looked like you saying those things.
Bottle, I said, shaking my head. What does a bottle have to do? See you Saturday at 9, she said, because gays can't have parties at a reasonable hour. She said, and don't be late. This will be an all-hands-on-deck kind of activity. You don't want to miss your chance to get in on the action early. When Madison hung up on me, I was tempted to call her back, but I knew from previous experience that she wouldn't reveal any more details. All right, thank you, Stephen, for the $200. Yeah, 09 Canyon says, this writing is terrible. Sam Show writes, whore!
Accurate. I think, I you know what? Accurate.
Ugh. Well, it's at least we're learning tolerance here on the program. That's what we're learning today, is tolerance. Okay, let's go to the Joe Rogan. Speaking of which, so Joe Rogan during his a recent show talked about how the moment that he knew that the LGBTQ, the pride movement had gone too far.
Okay.
This is Joe Rogan talking about, and this really should be the societal barometer for all these things, because Joe Rogan is not some right-wing religious zealot. Joe Rogan isn't a guy who's like a professional moralist in the least.
If anything, he's a professional moral.
Joe Rogan is he's about as middle of the road as you can possibly get. So when a guy like Joe Rogan goes, I've fucking had it with the pride shit just being thrown in my face everywhere I go, it's enough. I'm good. Thank you. I don't. And that's the thing, whether it's America's foreign policy with Israel or it's the LGBTQ movement, it's just like, stop saying I hate you, but like also stop making me criticize you so much. Like stop doing shit that makes it fair to criticize you, because then you get on this crazy conspiracy theory that everybody hates you, when in reality, people just want to have the right to not think about you every time they go to a fucking department store.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So this is Joe talking to his human stress ball, Bert Kreischer, about pride.
Target lost billions of dollars because they tried to have this pride selection.
Oh yeah, gay mannequins.
Yeah.
Never mind. It was Theo Vaughn, not Bert Kreischer.
They had all these like pride children's shirts and
gay children. Yeah.
And then obviously the Bud Light thing with Dylan Mulvaney. They've lost $20+ billion. You imagine you just gonna send a fucking can to some confused.
Nice censor. I love when people bleep stuff out and leave the word in.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, can you do me a favor when I'm about to say fucking, will you just bleep with your
right
face?
before.
Okay. Man, I hate this stupid fucking that's exactly what they do. They just leave fucking in and beep over it.
Used person that day 365 of womanhood, and you send that person a fucking can with their face on, and your company loses $20 billion.
Because I literally don't want to see your face every time I go to my refrigerator. And that it infuriates me that is somehow equated with homophobia. It's not homophobia. I just, I don't like the Big Bang Theory. If they put Sheldon on a beer and I opened up my fridge and saw his fucking face all the time, I'd be irate. It doesn't mean I want, what's his name, Jim Parsons, to be rounded up. It just means that I just really don't need to know about that show constantly every day of my life.
It's just it's how hard the windows shift. Now it used to be like if you had issues with people, that was the hateful. Now it's if you're not celebrating them constantly, you're being hateful.
Wild shit, man. So we're seeing that now where we never saw that before, where people are going, enough.
Right.
Enough. Stop shoving this down everybody's throat. When I go to Target, I don't want to see like fucking tuck pants where you, like they're designed to help you tuck your dick. Like, hey, that's not normal. And I don't want that right in front.
No, that's exactly what happened to Target last year, and that's why this year Target said no to the pride stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people did, and now it's these companies are so hateful. And it's like, no, they actually aren't. Like 90% of us could give two shits about it. We just don't want to celebrate you. Go have your own fucking party. Leave us alone.
Yeah, go do everything you want to do. Buy
bathhouses for that, you guys.
Yeah, buy tuck pants if you want to, but I don't need the tuck pants just right there in front of me all the time. Like, there aren't enough people to buy tuck pants where you should keep them
to justify them having a spot on the shelf.
Exactly. I think the most common person to buy tuck pants would be like around Halloween time if someone wants to cross-dress for Halloween. That would be about the most common purchase of tuck pants.
Pulling
all right,
that story out of your personal portfolio, are you?
Do we have to do another page yet? Before we do the
between stories, but I mean, how much stuff do we have to cover?
All right. Well, we got Bill Maher criticizing The View and talking about how men are awesome, and then we've got Vance Belter saying Tim Walz told him to kill people. Okay. We'll get to those. So we have 3 more pages to read, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do one now. Well, now I'm hoping that I can trudge through this part of Naked Twister, and we'll get to something a little less fucking sexy sex. I'm hoping I can get to that, but it seems like this woman really has one gear, and it's my pussy, my pussy, my pussy. It's like watching an Amy Schumer special so far.
Yeah.
By the way, let's look up Victoria Rush first. Let's see who we're talking about here.
This poor author wasn't expecting this level of criticism.
Victoria Rush, author. Fantastic. Blah, blah, blah. No, those are the models for her book. We want to see. Yeah, she looks like a fucking softball lesbian. She looks like a corner infielder, essentially. All of her like books though, like have really hot chicks on them.
Mm-hmm.
But she herself is very That's her.
I'm guessing from the looks of those books, she kind of just has one kind of general theme.
Oh shit! This is fiction.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Cheetos gave me a fuck book. I thought Naked Twister, I thought this was like a documentary book about naked twister parties.
No.
This is a Cheetos, you gave me a fuck book. Cheetos gave me a porno book.
You're just cluing into that now?
Yeah, I thought this was just a fucking...
You dear sweet summer child, did you not see the cover of the book?
Right, I thought it was like, hey, here's the history of... I thought it was a book on like the history...
There's no history. I've got bad news for you. Outside of your circle of friends and maybe the people in that story, Naked Twister isn't really a thing.
I think Naked Twister's fucking gay, for the record.
Yeah, and you did it.
I don't want to read any more of this book. Now I'm just reading a fuck book to my audience.
Yeah, and you got paid for it. Who's the whore now?
King Kong Dong says he's trying to help you and SP. Not interested in Twister.
You guys can read to each other and cuddle up with a good book.
I don't need Naked
and a Twister game.
Nope, we don't need to read Naked Twister. Motherfucker. Renegger says, keep reading, you whore.
Well, I'd say definitely make sure to kind of pre-read before you speak.
I'm reading a fucking jack-off book to my audience.
Yeah, and half of them are almost there.
I don't want to read a jack-off book to my audience.
Oh, you're going to blue ball them now? They paid for 4 pages, damn it.
I got 3 pages of this book I got to read, and it's going to be all jack-off shit. Making speech free again says, what more proof do you need that we can't donate until the very end or the show completely crumbles? How is this not funny content, what's happening to me right now? How is this not entertaining? I would not change the YouTube channel if I was watching a show where a guy just realized he'd been reading
randomly
a fuck
realized
book.
He's reading a jack-off book.
He's reading a jack-off book to his audience, and it's a jack-off book that was gifted to him by one of his
the cover,
advertisers.
very misleading. Looks like all dudes. And suppose this is a chick flick.
It's all dudes in here except for these bitches. Fuck you, dude says, are you retarded? You thought it was a real thing? Yeah. Yeah.
He was hoping. And we saw that hope die in real time.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
I have to read another page. Thankfully, it's the start of a new chapter, so it's a little bit shorter page. On the night of Madison's party, now it's fucked up because I know I'm reading a jack-off book. On the night of Madison's party, I drove to her place with a certain degree of trepidation. The only loose clothing I could find in my closet were an old pair of flannel pajamas. Well, it seems pretty lesbian so far. I'd considered wearing my stretchy yoga tights, but with my tendency to...
Don't you puss out now.
With my tendency to soak my crotch when I got worked up, I figured the pajamas would help protect my modesty, at least until things heated up later in the evening. Besides, I still wasn't sold on the idea of touching my intimate body parts with a bunch of unknown men, and the thick material would provide an extra degree of insulation. I don't want to do this. When I arrived at her house and she opened the door, she eyed my ensemble up and down, then smiled and nodded. A bit unconventional, but that'll do, she said. Come on, we're just about ready to get started. Maybe if I read this as like Dusty Rhodes and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, dude, that could be funny. Steve Austin especially.
I could hear the buzz of male and female voices coming from her living room. And when she escorted me to the group, I was surprised to see a dozen or so people barefoot around a plastic twister mat on the floor.
What?
That's the end of that page. I've done that.
There's 3 other pages.
2.
And they all look delicious.
2 more pages. That's all I owe. I've already done 2.
Oh, I was making a joke about page being a name.
But
yeah.
Thank you to Silverwolf for $5. Says, oh, sweet. Steel Toe is a book talk channel now. When do we get the book about the werewolf and the centaur? After these next 2 pages, we're never reading a book on this program again. Ever.
You know when you should have learned that lesson?
When?
A couple proverbs ago.
Thank you. Thank you. Want to talk about Bill Maher?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to talk about Bill Maher? Am I right? No, Bill was on his show this weekend, Friday, Real Time with Bill Maher, not Club Random. And when Bill Maher decides that The View has lost its fucking mind, I think it's time to reconsider. I think maybe you need to rein it in. Remember last week, Whoopi Goldberg said that Iran might be a better place for black people than the United States?
I did not know that.
She
I got
said
caught up
that.
with the Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff.
Oh, yeah. And the next day, she then went on and said, Iran might be a safer place for black people than the United States is. A couple of texts first. Be proud, Aaron. You lived someone's fantasy. Yay. Ryan the Garbage Man says, wouldn't it be a flick-off book? Well, I mean, we're splitting hairs now. Cheeto's writing in. Cheeto's, of course, Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. He says, that book is what someone sent to the bar with your name on it, fucktard. Oh.
So
All right.
he didn't go find it. It
someone sent this book to Cheeto's.
To give to you.
To give to me. Yay. $2 from Silverwolf says, no more books. What about the Mustache Man's book? I'd rather read Mein Kampf as a comedy than read Naked Twister. All right, so this is Bill Maher on The View saying that the girls have gone too far this time.
What did you think of Whoopi Goldberg saying it's worse to be a black person in America today than a woman in Iran? I see we were talking about the trans issue before, and the New York Times really has come over on that to the sort of the sensible, liberal, not crazy woke position. I think this is a great first step toward getting the Democrats back to sanity, and a second good step would be we got to do something about The View.
You know liberalism is fucking cooked when even they're like, okay, we got to put these chicks, like Bill Maher is taking the Iranian position where he's like, we got to put these chicks in cages or burqas or something. We got to do something about these broads. They've lost the fucking plot.
They should not be talking.
I mean, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. We've got to do something about The View.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when they used to have like actual debates? They had that Elizabeth Hasselbeck and Rosie O'Donnell on at the same time, and they would argue about shit. Now it's just who can say the craziest fucking most out of this world shit you can possibly imagine. And by the way, I understand that we're living in a fucked up timeline when I'm bringing up Rosie O'Donnell as an example of when something was good or at least passable. But now you've even got Bill Maher going like, look, man, if there's going to be any hope for liberals and Democrats, we got to do something about The View.
These bitches be crazy.
I really believe that. I mean, could you just
it's huge in Iran, though.
It's huge. I don't know who that guy is, but I like him.
He's funny.
It's huge in Iran. Iran's really excited about the propaganda being done on their behalf on that show, The View. Oh, man. Oh, boy. We got a clip here from Chad Buzimok. Would you like to see it?
Yeah. What did Chad have to clip?
Chad Buzimok has a brand new clip. Look, it's from this show. Should we see if he did this one honestly? Because I feel like you don't need to put extra clips into this segment. I feel like we added enough shit, or that we read enough shit that was bad enough on its own. But here we go. This is Chad Buzimok with a steel toe clip. I guess I'm just a kinky kind of girl. Oh, shit. This is 30 seconds long, by the way. This is not going to be kind.
Yeah, because he just clipped it again.
Of course, we can't just have a nice party where everyone has some drinks and we play some yard games. There has to be vaginas and there has to be the fucking fingerings. So my buddy and I always talk when we're going to have a barbecue, like we're going to smoke ribs or something. You know, like, oh, yeah, I'm fucking hard. But yeah, my pussy's going to be stinky from how red I am already. Or maybe I'll just sit on the bottle. You know what I have to say? Look at my Cosby face. Well, you see, the bottle was in her pussy because she couldn't play Twister without the bottle in the pussy to keep her center of gravity balanced as possible. Oh, shit. You know, I wish I could say that he did that out of context, but each one of those clips individually were exactly what I said.
Yeah. But they were put together kind of clipped together. I don't know. It's weird.
I can't make excuses. Making Speech Free again says the unsettling part is knowing Aaron is staring at himself in the monitor that entire time. What are you talking about? He's right. 09 Canyon says they are wearing sneakers and nothing else in that book cover picture. That's such a gay guy thing. Well, yeah, you got to maintain some modesty. Renegger says, not a single cut. Chad Buzimok says, seamless. The only thing that's missing is some Eric Church. Chad Buzimok says, next time, leave the book lower. Let's do the last Bill Maher clip we have today. Then we'll do another page. Then we'll do the Vance Belter, Tim Walz thing. Then we'll do another page. Then we'll open up our 7 o'clock hour stories, if you will. And by the way, I don't want to hear it from Making Speech Free again. We're 3 hours into today's show, and he's like, oh, when the goal gets knocked out early, you know, oh, the show's been fucking fire. It's been fantastic today. It's been hilarious. I've been very, very funny. Johnny has been on today. We have not taken our foot off the gas just because we
Aaron's
hit the
been
goal.
on the bottle. Sat straight down on it.
Okay, let's this is Bill Maher talking about how, again, this is Bill trying to drag the left a little closer to the middle. Bill Maher saying that men deserve a lot more credit than they get in today's political society. Look at Billy. Now, this is an 8-minute clip. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but let's look at Bill get a little based. And by the way, I don't think Bill has changed at all. I think that the Overton window has shifted around him, and he now looks based because he used to be like a reasonable kind of a left of center sort of Democrat. And now he looks like a right winger to a lot of people because of the way the conversation has shifted. But people who are legitimately crazy right wing are like, no fucking way. Bill's still a commie to us.
Yeah.
Finally, new rule. Let's make the Father's Day we just celebrated the last one that takes place in a culture where dads have become such punching bags. Literally the last demographic group that TV, ads, and movies can still depict as clueless, useless dipshits.
Is he wrong?
No.
Like, if you put a gay or a black character in a show, they'd better be a fucking ass kicker. Like, they better be awesome and hardcore, and like they better be able to kick everybody's ass because you depict them as weak. You're playing on stereotypes and all that shit.
Hell, you can't even have them be sassy anymore. Now they have to be intelligent and illiterate. And
yeah. Now,
well-spoken or you're mean.
And dad has to be a retard.
Yep.
Basically just another child that mom has to look after. Every sitcom is tonight on ABC, Larry burns down the house. And the tagline in the commercial for every household product is basically, because your husband is a moron.
Moving in together. It's a big
and then we have
a test. A test that Jeff failed miserably.
Oh, look, we're just big, stupid dummies. All right, you know what the equivalent of this is? It's like you're moving in and your new roommate's a gay guy and you open the door and, no, I can't fit this whole bottle up my asshole. Oh, God damn it. Fuck, I forget that he's watching all the time. I forget that he's always watching this goddamn show.
You know, I'm not sure when this trend started, but I'm going to blame the 1987 movie Three Men and a Baby. The premise of which is that three grown men can't manage to keep a baby alive. The same year...
I mean, Eric Clapton... never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Gave us Married with Children, with its idiot shoe salesman of a father, followed by an endless parade of eye-roll, short-bus dads, Homer Simpson...
In fairness to Married with Children, they also depicted the wife as a lazy, layabout, good-for-nothing piece of shit.
Right.
I mean, the thing about Married with Children that was kind of awesome, it's kind of like...
They all sucked.
Yeah, kind of like Seinfeld. They were all just pieces of shit human beings.
They were all shitbags.
Yeah.
Simpson, Family Guy, Modern Family, Malcolm in the Middle, Everybody Loves Raymond, Home Improvement, according to Jim. And it's not just the old school broadcast TV sitcoms. It's everywhere. It's highbrow streaming stuff. It's major motion pictures. It's minor motion pictures.
Tell us who's to blame, Bill. What group of people could possibly be making the decisions where they want to make masculine American take charge kind of men like Teddy Roosevelt or John Wayne? Why would they want to take that image and tear it down and emasculate it and make it look weak and stupid and bumbling? I can't imagine who, Bill. Say their name. Say their name. We're watching Nick Fuentes on Rumble after today's show.
It's in everything. And look, I know I don't have any kids. I made a different choice in life and decided to have money.
I mean, look, I'm taking my daughter to a Weird Al concert this Saturday. I get it. I understand.
You're not lying. But all these shows, they can't all be lying about what it's like to have kids.
Your EQ is off the charts, Nick.
Aha, Nick. I'm Nick now. What happened to Dad?
Well, I don't know, Nick. What happened to Dad?
Hey, come in here.
Why are you acting so? I mean, it is only $10.
Bro, do you hear how they talk to me? Do you hear how you gotta say something?
Whoa, hold on. When are you guys planning on coming home?
By 11 or 12?
Yeah, same.
You know you both have school tomorrow.
Oh, that's true. We do. Yeah, he's right.
Solid parenting, Dad. Come on.
I mean, but like how long? Like you heard the shows that he mentioned. Some of those shows are 35 years old. So this isn't a new issue.
I don't know. I take issue with the Home Improvement one, though. I feel like he really didn't pay attention to like the whole thing with Home Improvement was that Tim Taylor was just a tool guy. Like he was an idiot in other areas, but he was like they built a hot rod in his garage. I mean, they did some pretty masculine shit in that show. So I don't know. Just felt like it was that one.
Yeah, but he was a retard and he always broke shit. Like he was always a big, dumb, bumbling moron who, I'm going to put a lawnmower engine in a scooter, and it would always break through the garage or, wreck something.
Okay, fair enough.
Dusty Rhodes says, Bill Maher chose the pay window instead of children, if you will. All right, guess what? We're done with Bill Maher talking about men.
Yeah.
Let's do, we got 2 pages that we have left to do. Thank you, Steven, for the $200 today. We went 2 hours with a goal. We'll go 2.5 hours without a goal. Thank you, guys. And you guys were ahead the whole time, so you guys were already on your way to a big toe win today, so we appreciate it. We have to do more Naked Twister. And by the way, this offer does not stand tomorrow. We're done. It's today and today only. And hopefully, look, we're already $20 ahead for tomorrow. We don't need any more contributions. We don't need anybody else chipping in. This is it for today. I have to uphold the offer for today's show.
Right.
But I'm telling you right now, we don't need a dime from you for the rest of the morning show. So when we left off with Naked Twister, which I thought was a documentary book, I thought it was about like party games and, you know, the history of Naked Twister and how it came about. No, this is a porno book. This is a fuck book that somebody sent 2 Stonies in care of me for Cheetos to bring to me.
Yeah.
Chad Buzamok says, posted another clip for you. He also says, keep the book off camera as you read.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
No. Fuck you. Of course. So now the last time we left, she saw the plastic mat on the floor.
Yeah.
I wish she would have seen the plastic shit on the floor the same way Joe Pesci did in Goodfellas, but I don't think we're going to get such a situation here.
Be a mercy killing.
Of course, I thought, shaking my head at my stupidity, stretching, exercise, random touching of body parts. How could I not have figured this one out? Dude, I'm really just hoping I run out of page space before there's just like gay shit going on. I peered around the group, recognizing a few of my friends. There was my BFF, Hannah. Oh, wait, no, what's the voice we're going to do for this page? Dusty.
Okay.
There was my BFF, Hannah, of course, plus a couple of girls from the office where Madison and I used to work. But there was also a fair number of unfamiliar faces of both genders, if you will. It's going to be hard to do as Dusty Rhodes. My pussy twitched as I scanned the group, noticing a few hot and sexy bodies bed-decked in tight yoga outfits and skimpy gym clothes, baby. And I smiled when I recognized my transgender friend Shay, who worked as a dancer at the local cabaret club, Danny. We'd shared an impassioned weekend together a few months ago, and I was suddenly glad I'd chosen the loose-fitting pajamas to wear as a dribble of lubrication, if you will, trickled down the inside of my thigh. So she's trickling at the transgender person. Now we got this last member of our group here, Madison said. Let's finish up with the introductions, if you will. Most of you know Jade, of course, baby. But we also have a few new faces in the crowd. This is my friend Natalie from work. Imagine inviting a work person to something like this, just assuming they'll...
Yeah, just come on over to my fuck party. Like, this won't make the water cooler time any.
There's a lady whose pussy drips controllably over a trans person. There's, you know, it's going to be wild. This is my friend Natalie from work, Maddie said, motioning to a cute blonde girl in her 20s. And my college roommate, Taylor, who's in town for a few days visiting family, daddy. And my sexy neighbor, Laura, who I'm totally envious of, stealing all the attention on our block while she suntans all day in her skimpy bikini around her pool, if you will. I could see a number of both men and women around the circle nodding as they eyed her sylph-like body, wrapped up in a tight two-piece yoga form, baby. And on the other side of the mat, Maddie said, motioning to an equal number of men seated opposite the women. Besides Jake, Dylan, and Marco, who you already know, we have my ex-boyfriend, Brett, my current partner in crime, Tyler, and Laura's husband, Brad. Okay, this is fucking one last page. We have one page left.
Alex Jones.
That's it. Alex Jones?
Yeah, Alex Jones to do the last page.
I feel like Buzimok is not going to like me doing these in voices. It makes it harder for them to clip. I feel
and you
like.
know what? That's kind of, I don't care. It's more entertaining to hear the story read by the person in the voice.
All right. Buzimok had to get this one while we were small. So this one's going to be very blurry. He had to zoom in on this one. Here we go. No, I can't fit this whole bottle up my asshole. Oh, God damn it. I love the ones where I realize it once it's too
That you've
late.
done it to yourself? Yes,
Yeah.
those are beautiful.
No, I can't fit this whole bottle up my asshole. Oh, God damn it. No. Dude, our show is just funnier than everyone else. Nobody thinks to do that kind of shit. Like all these other shows, all they do is obsess about us. Watch us be funny and then hate us. And it's like, that's fine. We'll just do all the shit.
Keep doing what we're doing.
We'll just do all the shit you're incapable of doing. Creativity, coming up with dumb shit to say. We'll just do all the shit that you tried to do for 30 viewers at a time. Just,
all right.
You know what? Maybe you'll get to 600 if you just have people watch me be good at what I do. That might work. Vance, let's do this Vance Belter thing because I filed this one under, boy, do I want this to be true, but I know it's not.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that it's not true.
But goddamn, do I hope it is. Like, goddamn, do I really want this to be what actually happened? Because I know Minnesota is never getting rid of Tim Walz by election. Minnesota will just keep voting him in. But maybe if he committed a crime, we could. And that's a big if in Minnesota because we've had a lot of government people committing crimes this year.
We have?
Breaking and entering, soliciting an underage. I mean, I think there's one other person who's...
Yeah, the lady who had the daycare.
The daycare lady, yeah, where she gave the kid...
The kid got meth or some...
Yeah, she didn't give the kid meth, you're right, but the kid got into some meth, as you do at daycare. So this Vance Belter thing now has evolved. As in a letter to the FBI, Vance Belter claimed that Governor Tim Walz instructed him to kill U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar so that Walz could run for the U.S. Senate seat. Now, do I think Tim Walz did that? Of course not. Now, Tim Walz did appoint Vance Belter to some workplace task force thing. And he did serve under on these task force by appointment by 2 Democratic governors in Minnesota. But I don't think that Tim Walz told Vance Belter to kill Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Also, I don't know why Tim Walz would want to run for Senate. It seems like he's more eyeing trying to be president.
Yeah. Not only that, we also have Tina Smith is leaving her Senate spot. So like,
yeah. So why would you bother?
He didn't have to kill anybody. Could have just ran for that one. He's not going to, but you know who is? His Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who's a raging socialist.
Oh, great. So instead of one evil, we get the other one.
Yeah. So, no, I don't think that Tim Walz, there's people all over Twitter yesterday. They're like, we need a full investigation now. Walz is actively covering this up. This is why Tim Walz hid the manifesto because he knows that he told this guy to kill. It's like, I think you've got to be real, like, dyed-in-the-wool right wing, hate everything that Tim Walz does in order to think that this is an actual thing.
Was there a manifesto? I thought like that his book, like his notebook just had a list of names.
Yeah, I don't know if it was exactly a manifesto.
Yeah, so I just like that's why he hid the manifesto. Like, hid what? Like, are you saying there was a manifesto? I don't think there was. I think because again, this dude didn't aim to get caught. He thought he was going to get away with it. That's why he wore disguises.
Right. He was trying to get away with it.
He thought they'd all blame Cranston. They'd go after him because he's wearing the Breaking Bad mask.
Right. Doggo Doesn't Die with $20 says, do the last page as Trump, please. You know that I now have to do an extra paragraph, too.
Yep.
Because of your very generous contribution. And I have to put Doggo. Doggo's now tied for 5th place with $20. Got to keep track of that. Thank you very much, Doggo. You guys are already under 300 for tomorrow. I appreciate that. Thank you, Doggo Doesn't Die, for your generosity. Now we have to do a page and a paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go to war with Andrew's son today, or do you not have the energy to go to war with Andrew's son?
Go to war with him over what?
He just wants to fight with you.
He always wants to.
Do you want to fight with him or no?
Sure, I'll go at it. What's he want?
Andrew's son says, how is Johnny Crutches still on the show? I know Aaron feels sorry for him. You don't know how I feel. Oh. But with Johnny not even pretending to give a shit, usually there is some limit. Have you been not even pretending to give a shit this whole time?
I don't know. I thought I'd been pretty engaging. This is weird.
I feel like you've been co-hosting today.
Yeah, I've been co-hosting. Coasting.
Making speech free again. Aaron, you've done more than enough for Johnny, but he's keeping you down, and you need to shed the dead weight to get back on the radio.
Yeah, that's what's
Johnny.
That's why they're like, you know what, that cripple guy. Of all the things that are keeping you from coming back, is, you know what? It's because he won't let go of the crippled guy.
Believe me, brother, I've been going to the meetings this year of the old Getting Aaron Back on the Radio meetings. I've been told very clearly the hurdles I need to jump and the things I need to do in order to get back on. It's not Johnny.
I love that anyone thinks that like you'd hold out for me on that one. Like,
we need to.
I'd be dropped faster than you.
We have a lot of old people here, and you need to talk to these old people one by one. You need to explain to them that you won't fuck them over. And I keep telling them, I'm like, hey, the legal stuff is done on Wednesday. They're like, no, they're not worried about the legal stuff. Like they got morning show people with like near felony DUIs and shit. Like it ain't the legal stuff. They're worried you're going to say some old dumb shit and you're going to fuck us over. Everyone's like, oh man, the last year and a half, that really fucked the radio thing. No, they kind of saw that as a temporary setback. The thing they want to deal with is, hey, you think you're going to have another fucking crash out Iowa moment or what?
Or are we done with that?
We'd rather not be in worldwide radio publications for our top rated morning show guy is a fucking woman hating He-Man misogynist and that we platformed him. That's really if radio was going to keep people off the air because of legal shenanigans and legal records, nobody would be on the radio. Unfortunately. All right. Let's we got to open up the next hour's worth of stories and do our final page
and
paragraph of Naked Twister. While we do that, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's has live music every single weekend. They're also hosting our anniversary party, which, by the way, the anniversary party is about a third sold. So if you're a VIP, claim your 2 free tickets. If you're looking for tickets, go to eventbrite.com and get those tickets today. I know there's over a month before it's over, but we've also got, we're almost half full. We're about, I'd say 40% full for the golf tournament. Now, thing about the golf tournament is technically we can always add spots to that. We can always just grab more tee times for the golf tournament. So go to, I'm going to put the link up here in just a second. I'm opening up all my tabs for the next hour, so we're going a little slow here. But I'll put the ticket link in the chat. and you guys can order, whether it's the anniversary show on Saturday, July 26th, or the golf tournament on Sunday, July 27th, go to eventbrite.com and get your tickets for our 11th anniversary show weekend. We are going to have Gino and Keanu here. They're going to be here for the comedy show and the golf tournament. Johnny will be there. Roots Calhoun and I are performing. We're doing hip-hop, for God's sake. So go click that link that I just put in the chat and get your tickets today at eventbrite.com for that big weekend. There's discounts for getting the golf tournament and the comedy show. You get tickets to the comedy show. It includes free entry into the cornhole tournament, and all of it includes cash prizes, of course. There's the link in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the page in both Rumble and YouTube. Go there to take a look. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory has a great selection of firearms, knives, optics, parts, and gear, and they handle suppressors from start to finish. That's the whole process of getting suppressors, the whole deal taken care of in-house, one place, Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Visit MidlandArmory.com or call Derek and Tracy or go to downtown Foley, Minnesota and get all of your questions answered by the experts who know. That's Midland Armory and All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, you go in the ditch, your car stalls, especially like this weekend when it was so damn hot out. Great to have All Care Towing in your phone and in your corner. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Now, if you want to claim your 2 VIP tickets to the comedy show for the anniversary party, or you want to sponsor a hole at the golf tournament, we have about 12 holes left. Do that by emailing aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. That's aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. Let us know you want to sponsor a hole, or you want to claim your VIP 2 tickets to the anniversary show. aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. There it is. All right. So, what do I have? A page and a paragraph left?
Yeah, you do.
I don't want to do this.
Oh, I know. And that's why it's hilarious.
This got sent to Stoney's in care of me. Cheetos dropped it off on Friday. It's called Naked Twister. I thought it was some kind of like documentary, funny book, whatever. Turns out it's a fuck book. It's a whacking off kind of a book. And we offered certain monetary benchmarks, donations from people to read sentences, paragraphs, and pages from Naked Twister. So I owe a page and a paragraph to Steven and Doggo Doesn't Die. And here we go. Do we need to tell them where we left off, or can I just breeze through
I think
this?
we know. She's at the party. Things are heating up.
I glanced at each of the men and nodded. God damn it, I'm not. I glanced at each of the men and nodded.
It was Trump.
Lingering for a little longer at Laura's husband with his smoldering eyes and chiseled jaw. He was wearing a tight-fitting pair of sweatpants and a tank top that showed off his perfectly sculpted athletic figure. Apparently, I wasn't the only one distracted by his good looks and hot body. I don't want to do this. Noting some of the men frowning that his pretty wife Laura was already taken, while the women simply gawked at him with wide eyes. Okay, Madison said, taking a seat at one end of the rectangular-shaped mat with its 4 rows of green, yellow, blue, and red polka dots. Let's go over the rules of this fun little game. Oh, good. Maybe the rules will take forever and I don't have to get to any more gay shit.
There's a lot of bylaws with Naked Twister.
As you can see from this plastic mat in front of us, it has a bunch of different colored circles. In a few moments, we're going to divide up into teams. 2 partners will stand side by side on the 4 dots on one end of the mat, and another team will stand opposite them on the other end of the mat. She motioned to a compass-shaped device nestled between her legs with a needle pointing to the 4 alternating colors arranged in a circle. Yes, we're going to get more of the rules. Then I'm going to spin this little needle and call out which body part each person must use to touch which colored circle. Only one body part and one person can occupy any one circle at any given time. But as you'll soon discover, the availability of circles quickly diminishes as the game advances, so you'll have to move fast to capture the circle closest to you. How do you decide who wins, my friend Lily from our last camping trip asked. Hey, Johnny, how do you think she's going to describe who wins?
Last person standing?
I thought she was going to say, we all do.
Oh.
It gets harder and harder to keep yourself balanced over the mat as the players get into increasingly twisted positions, Madison said. Whichever player or team falls first onto the mat or touches any body part other than their hand or foot loses. I only have a paragraph left.
Here we go.
What if 2 people reach out and touch one of the circles at the same time? Dylan asked. Thank you, gay Dylan, for fucking saving us from the gay shit, ironically. As the referee, I reserve the right to decide who got there first. Maddie clamped her hands together in excitement. Are you guys ready to start? All done. I don't have to read any more Gay Twister today. And that is another win for the toe. Rovert says, thank God for rules. Never thought I'd say that, right? Thank God that we had rules for this one. Bigot on socialist media says that was retarded. That's the name of the game. Redbird with $2 says, how much to make you read 2 pages?
$50 a page. That's $100.
Yep. Thank you, Johnny. I was going to just let that go, but now you told them that it's $100 to read 2 pages.
Oh.
Appreciate
Was I wrong?
No, that's correct. I've already explained the rules of the Naked Twister reading thing, so if someone came in later and I was, say, done reading Naked Twister and didn't have to do it anymore, that would be considered a good thing, and I wouldn't have to explain the rules again, therefore those wouldn't come in. Give Me Tip says, yeah, you do. He paid you to read it as Trump. Oh, fuck, so now I got to give him a paragraph as Trump?
I guess. I mean, he did. I brought it up a bit there, but you were on your thing, so I didn't want to jump on you there.
All right, let's see. Are you guys ready to start? That's what I left at. So I got to do a paragraph as Trump. How do we decide on teams? I asked, peering at the sexy group of men sitting opposite of me. And why are the men and women sitting on opposite sides of the mat? At first, I'll decide who will pair up with whom. And as people get winnowed out, the winner of each round will move on until there's literally only one last man or woman standing. Shall we proceed? There.
There you go.
Perfect. Now I'm everybody's all paid up. How's that? All right, gator attacks in Florida. You want to do that?
Yeah, those don't ever happen.
Anything but fucking Gay Twister shit. Here we go.
A new report details the moment an alligator attacked a woman in Polk County earlier this year. And we want to warn you, this may be difficult to hear.
As West 2's Michelle.
Why? It didn't happen to me. I hate when they always say that. They're like, this may be difficult to hear. It's like, why? Was my mom the one eaten by the alligator? Or
did she lose a part of her jaw? Like, is not able to speak? What's the deal?
You're saying it's still a stranger. Yes, it's a stranger. You're saying she got bitten by an alligator. Yes. Then we're fine here.
Meredith reports 2 kayakers were in the fight of their lives.
The report says 64-year-old Christiane Salvador and her husband from Texas were with a group of 20 kayaking on Tiger Creek in Polk County when out of nowhere, Christiane felt something bump against her paddle.
Uh-oh. Now, alligators don't typically just attack humans out of the blue, but they also don't understand that if you smack them in the head with a paddle, it was an accident. They're kind of like a drunk, aggressive dude at a bar. You know, like if you whack
they're just
them,
about their own business, but if you intercede in it, they're gonna get on your face.
You hitting them in the head with a paddle, they kind of see that as an act of war.
Okay.
And they will fuck you up.
Pictures show apparently the gator snapped it in two. Christiane's kayak tips over. Witnesses see her struggling to keep her head above water. Then she screams, "There's an alligator on my arm." According to the report,
we're playing that game. Hey guys, there's ants in my pants. There's ants in my pants.
There's an alligator on my arm.
Christiane's husband pulled her on top of the upside-down kayak, but one arm wouldn't come out of the water because the alligator had Christiane's elbow in its mouth. A third kayaker comes to the rescue. The gator then grabs the front of his life vest and pulls him underwater.
Imagine that. Like, you're not even bitten by the gator, but he's got your life jacket on and you just drags you under. Do you think with an alligator biting your life jacket, you can get those little things unfastened?
I don't know if you can.
Probably.
I'll say this, though. One alligator, 3 kayakers, and he almost beat all 3. This is impressive.
I know. This is a badass alligator. He's a fighter.
There's a picture of the vest with a tear in it. To get away, the man stuck his fingers deep into the gator's eyes.
Nice, buddy. I like
Thumbed
that.
his asshole.
You either have to put a thumb in his asshole or give him the old Three Stooges finger poke, just a little boink. Boop. And then you got him. Then you're free to go.
Unbuckled his life vest, then watched the gator swim away with it in his mouth. The alligator wound.
And he poked the alligator in the eyes and then immediately went, whoop, 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 whoop.
Near Christian's.
Then the alligator hit him over the head with a pipe wrench. And the
elbow is too graphic to show. And at the time of the attack in early March, it was unclear if her arm could be saved. This sounds like something out of a horror movie.
Right. And I'm sure the people going through it were terrified.
What happened?
Well, I'm sorry, but you could kayak anywhere in Florida and you decide to go kayaking in a swampy shit pit. It's like the alligators, that's where alligators live. They live in swampy shit pits.
What did you expect? Like, you're in their house?
Yeah, you went into an alligator's house. And then not only did you go into an alligator's house, imagine how confused the alligator is. These people went into his house, hit him in the head with a fucking oar, like smacked him in the head with a stick, and then they're poking him in the eyeballs and punching him in the head, and he's just like, what the fuck? You guys came in here to my shit. Like, why are you gouging my eyeballs?
I'm just minding my own business.
Yeah.
Kim Titterington, a reptile expert, says one possibility. This is mating season, nesting season. The gator was female and over 8 feet long.
If you walked out back or you're sitting.
So what they're trying to say is she was horny.
Just looking to fuck.
And when she was horny, she was like, you guys bring any dick? And they're like, no. And she's like, then you die. It's mating season.
With the paddle. That ain't the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's mating season. It's dick or die for these gators.
Sitting in your lawn chair and all of a sudden a parade of 20 people just walk through your backyard, you're going to feel like you need to defend your space. And when, again, a female has, her babies, they are very, very defensive. They're high protection because they have to protect their babies from other male gators as well.
A natural response from wildlife that ended in tragedy for the people there to appreciate the unique wildlife in Florida. Michelle Meredith.
Jesus, that's terrifying. That is a terrifying sight, though. That's like horror movie terrifying.
Just a handbag with teeth just looking at you?
Just a big mouthful of predator teeth and eyeballs staring straight ahead. Fuck that. That's why I don't want to I go anywhere where there's gators. Like when I went to Florida, I went to the ocean. I didn't want to go to the swampy inside the city areas. I wanted to be right there on the beach where I'm not going to have a gator come out and try to fucking death roll me and hump me to death.
Yeah, but there could be like sharks and stuff in the ocean. I mean, how did you go swimming in the ocean?
Yeah.
Or did you just hang out on the beach?
No, I went swimming. Okay. How deep? Cut my heel open.
Really?
Yeah. I was jumping up and down over the waves, right? Like a child. And one of them I jumped up over. I landed on my feet, but there was a pointed rock. And I just right on my heel, and I went, and it hurt, but it felt like a bruise kind of hurt until I started
and later
walking.
You saw you had a cut?
I started walking back, and I'm like, ooh, that feels like it might be bleeding. And I had a nice little puncture in it, and it was leaking into the water. But I got her all.
So you attracted the sharks?
Then a shark came, and I had to beat it up. Yeah, I had to fuck him up a little bit. No, and then, but a little Neosporin and a Band-Aid. The whole thing was fine. We're good. Oh, God damn it. $20 from Hulkamasha Baby says, oh, you're uncomfortable? Keep reading. One more paragraph of
Naked Twister.
Shall we? Okay. Who shall we get started with is where we left off. So I have a paragraph I have to do with Hulkamasha Baby's $20. She panned around the group slowly, then nodded while rubbing her hands together with a mischievous grin. Let's mix it up a little to get started. We'll have Lily and Dylan form one group and Hannah and Brad form the other group. If you haven't yet removed your footwear, please do so now, since you'll definitely want bare feet to maximize your traction on the slippery mat. Whew. It's really like playing Russian roulette per paragraph.
Oh, yeah.
I have a mostly male audience. I don't want to read fuckbook shit to my mostly male audience. Main Vein says, I want a page as RFK Jr. Well, if someone drops in, no, I'm not going to. You guys know the rules. You guys know the rules on how much I have to read per certain dollar amount.
For the next 45 minutes.
I only got 40. Holy shit, today's show went by quick.
Yeah, it's been blowing by fast. We knocked out the goal fast. The show's been just trucking.
Jesus.
You're a couple pages into your new favorite hot novel. It's all good.
What's his nuts says, just thought I'd let you guys know my morbid curiosity got the better of me. Naked Twister is an audiobook on Spotify.
See, now you don't even have to put it down. You can listen in the car or whatever.
Great. I can listen to some lesbian read it to me. So we had that the heat warning all weekend.
Oh, yeah, it got fucking hot as fuck.
Yeah, it was really bad. I tried to golf in it yesterday morning. I came home. I was not right. I don't think I had like heat stroke or anything, but I fucked myself up a little bit. Well, in Wisconsin, I expect this to be, this was Volusia County, Florida. I apologize. In Volusia County, Florida, where it's hot all the fucking time, some dickhead named Scott Gardner, 33-year-old dude, wanted to go into a bar and he wanted to go get shit hammered, right?
Okay, makes sense.
But he also had to watch his 1-year-old.
Oh, fuck, I know what story this is.
Yeah, guess what he did?
I fucking hate this dude. He left his kid in the fucking car.
Left his 1-year-old in a hot truck while he went to a bar and drank. And the 1-year-old died.
Yep.
And to me, this is the tragedy of our modern enlightenment. There shouldn't even be a debate. This should just be an execution.
Yeah, capital punishment.
Oh, no, I just meant everyone at the bar should just beat the guy to death.
Oh.
I mean, really, at that point, even if somebody from the bar notices the 1-year-old in the car and the 1-year-old doesn't die, still out of principle, and so that kid has a fighting chance, he still just goes away. Oh, shit.
What?
On a wall with $20 says a paragraph as Ethan Ralph if you can.
Yeah.
I have a terrible
male paragraph.
I have a terrible Ralph impression. It's nowhere near as good as PPP's. 45.95. We're 100. I got to keep track of how far we are ahead for tomorrow.
That's right. We're killing it.
We're 125 into
tomorrow because of this book.
Into tomorrow. Main Vein with $50 says a page read by RFK Jr. All right, so I have to do
a page and a paragraph?
I have to do a paragraph as Ralph and then a page as RFK Jr. All right. What was the last one? Shall we proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone glanced around the circle exactly at one another, Bish. Then they peered toward Maddie and nodded. All right then, Madison said, Bish. Who shall we get started with, Bish? All right, there's my paragraph as Ralph. Now I have to do a page as RFK Jr.
This is the win.
Reading Naked Twister. Making speech free again says, I like that the actual fans of the show are intentionally making the show unwatchable. All right, RFK Jr. She then panned around the group slowly and then nodded while rubbing her hands together with a mischievous. No, the slippery mat was the part that we left off on. The 4 players stood up and took positions on opposite ends of the mat as Madison had instructed. Then she spun the needle on the game card and called out the first move. Okay, the first move is left leg on a yellow circle. The 4 players hesitated for a moment, trying to figure out the easiest and quickest route to the designated circle. Then each of them awkwardly extended their legs forward, bumping their knees and ankles against their partners' bodies. The ones who were standing on a yellow circle only had to take one simple step forward, but their partners were a little further away from that side of the game, mat, and had to stretch and bend them over to reach the next available circle. Ooh. Some of the people sitting around the circle chortled, realizing how soon the game would have the participants tied up in knots. So far, so good, Maddie said, smiling as the 2 teams leaned over one another. How are you guys doing so far? Piece of cake, Dylan said with his left leg hovering a few inches over top his partner Lily's bent knee. I can see how there's a certain first mover advantage here. Hannah nodded, watching her partner Brad grunting to hold his position as he stretched further out toward the center of the mat with his head now lowered to the same level as her loose-fitting t-shirt, showing her braless breasts bouncing inches away from his face. True, he said, smiling up at Hannah, but the view isn't all bad. Everybody in the group chuckled while his wife Laura looked at him playfully with dagger eyes. There.
How do you feel about yourself right now?
I fucking hate myself so much. I hate myself in a way that I can't adequately describe in words, actually. That's going to put Main Vein in 3rd place.
All right.
Miss Tay is now in 4th with $25. And Captain Joe now moves to 5th place. By the way, I just want to say, as horrible as that was to listen to, that's not a bad RFK Jr. impression.
Oh no, the impression was really good. It's the what the RFK impression was doing that actually became strangely haunting. Like something about RFK reading erotica is now somehow like it's just like it's actually like somehow mentally bad. You can't wash it out of your soul.
Redbird with $50 says 1 page as the Austrian mustachioed painter. Oh God, this is gonna kill the rest of my voice. Okay, Maddie. I'm sorry, I fucked that up. Okay, Maddie said, returning her attention to the spinner. Let's ramp up the degree of difficulty a little bit. She spun the needle once again, and it stopped on a new color. This time, she said, you need to touch a green circle with your right hand. The player scans the game mat to decipher the easiest way of getting to the nearest dot. Then they lurched forward, bending and bumping against their partners to reach the designated target. Once again, it was a fairly simple move for Hannah to reach only 1 circle forward and to her right, while her partner Brad had to reach all the way to the opposite side of the mat, overstop both of his knee and Hannah's to reach diagonally across the game board. By the time all 4 players had twisted their bodies to successfully reach the intended target, both teams had become further entangled, with their clutches rubbing up against their partner's legs and hips, and their heads pressed up tightly against their torsos. I noticed a fair-sized bulge in the crotch of Brad's white sweatpants, but I wasn't sure if he was becoming aroused from all the suggestive moves and rubbing of body parts, or if he was just a little better hung than most of the other guys. I peered over at his wife, Laura, and noticed him giving her a devilish smile while staring at his tumescent package. Either she was giving him tacit encouragement to rub whatever body parts came in contact, or they had already discussed the possibility of the game taking a swinger turn.
At the end of that page.
That's a page worth that I just read because there was a paragraph before, so it was uneven.
Right. I'd like to be done now.
I would too.
This isn't fun anymore.
I would rather we don't have to do any more of that today. Are we in agreement?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Every time my phone vibrates, I get terrified.
I just had somebody ask me, they apparently got to the show late. They're like, dude, what are we listening to?
Los Federales with $1 says, hear me out. 4 drunk guy, 10-foot concrete room in the ground, 2 feet of water, no way out, no ceiling. He pees and poos in the water and has to drink the same water to stay alive. Bacteria slowly kills him. For the guy who left his kid in the car.
That's excessive. And so,
I'm really all for just a straight up beating. Like, it doesn't have to be torturous or anything. Just get the job done. You know? Silverwolf with $5 says, oh my, I can't listen to this on my work truck speakers. Bravo 6 going headset. Snigger Niggardly says, why is my pee-pee hard after hearing Adolf? Because you're fucked up. That's why.
That's troubling.
You guys are now
that says a lot about you.
You guys are now 160 into tomorrow. This was an amazing idea. But it's so fucking gay. It's so gay.
Incredibly gay.
I can't. And again, we have a half hour left in the show. Then I have to leave, go to Rumble. I guess I could just end. No, I don't have to reboot the stream, do I? I can just say goodbye to YouTube and then go to Rumble.
Yeah.
And then we do the Nick Fuentes thing that you guys paid for. Technically, couldn't we just do that now?
I mean, we could. I don't know why you were saying go Rumble exclusive, but
yeah, we could just, well, because it's Nick Fuentes talking about the history of Israel.
Then you may want to do that if you want to do that.
Yeah. We'll right around 10:05 we'll go to the Nick Fuentes thing.
All right.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
Just doing this book bit has taken a lot out of me today.
What has to put some back in eventually, doesn't it?
I just really would like to burn this book. The only problem is, like, it's been a good moneymaker. I almost want to keep it going for the rest of the week.
Right.
So we're on page 17 out of 53.
Wow. Thick book.
Tell you what's thick.
Oh.
Oh, man. All right, let's do one more, then we'll get out of here and do the Nick Fuentes thing over on Rumble. Deer smashing through a restaurant, don't give a shit. Oh yeah, the county, the I think this one is this another Florida? No, this is Dodge County. This is Kansas, I believe. A Dodge County town chairman hung a stray dog with a leash, according to a new complaint. It's like, I understand you got to get rid of stray animals sometimes. You got to put them down, but like they got places you can go. Like there's taking a dog to a shelter and then they put it down. And then there's like, you enjoy doing this. And this is like a
And this
thing.
is somehow like a masochistic or not psychotic. I don't know what's the term.
You're into like torturing animals, which is definitely something we need to keep an eye on. Let's do this story out of, again, I believe.
Oh, he looks like a dude who'd do that.
Yeah, he looks like a guy who
An
definitely.
elected official in Dodge County is out of jail on bond. Town of Chester Chairman Richard Van Buren is charged after he allegedly killed a stray dog. We do want to warn you, some of the details you're about to hear may be disturbing to some viewers. Fox's Bill Miston brings us the latest information.
Town of Chester chairperson Richard Van Buren appeared in Dodge County Court on one felony count of mistreatment of animals. Prosecutors say he hung a dog by a leash. The 55-year-old Van...
It's just a fucking brutal way to do it, man. I mean, and like, he sat there and watched it. Oh, by the way, you know what I fucked up? I forgot to do this before I forget. Redbird is now in 4th. With, I believe he's at 52 for today. Thank you, Redbird. So now Miss Tay at 25 is in 5th. Thank you to both of you. Yeah, hanging a dog by a tree, I mean, that's an extra level of fucked up. That's not you trying to get rid of strays. That's you. There's something you need out of that.
Yeah.
Van Buren appeared by video in Dodge County Court Friday afternoon. Prosecutors charged Van Buren Friday in connection to the death of a golden retriever. Earlier this week, a woman...
It wasn't even a bad dog.
Right? If it was a pit bull, it's still not okay, but...
Well, if it was a pit bull,
room.
His neck would have broke the leash. And the branch. But
he pulled the whole tree out.
Yeah, golden retriever, they're all good boys.
Found the dog along a Horicon Marsh hiking trail that looked like it needed help and was dehydrated.
Scared. He was scared. It took me 45 minutes to get this dog to trust me.
Shelby Crone says she drove around for several hours trying to find its owner, called upon police, the sheriff's office, and then the Humane Society, which doesn't have a contract to take in dogs with the town of Chester, where the dog was found.
He was considered a Chester Township dog, I guess. I was told to take him to this rich guy.
According to the complaint, Crone told investigators that Van Buren said something to the effect of, "This is what we do on this farm when dogs bite," and then pulled the dog from the car through the car window by the leash and then hoisted it up in the air about 2 feet off the ground.
Oh, fuck. So he hanged it by hand. Like, he just pulled him up and held him there.
When dogs bite, the dog was skittish and it didn't know you, sir.
What a fucking asshole. Yeah, kick this guy off the county chairperson thing. Kick him out of everything. Animal cruelty charges, the whole deal.
The dog eventually died.
No shit.
Van Buren said in an interview with investigators that he was, quote, mad after the dog bit him.
I get bit by my own dog. I didn't kill my dog. You know, I'm like... Why? Stop. Please, just stop. You're killing this dog.
Fox 6 reached out to Van Buren's attorney. We haven't heard back. A judge gave Van Buren a $5,000 signature bond and conditions of no domesticated animals, dogs, in his home. However, farm cats and livestock are allowed under the bond conditions.
So he'll just keep murdering them.
Yeah. So he can still get his fix. Jesus.
Van Buren's due back in court next month for a preliminary hearing.
Wow. What I mean, people like that, they don't get better. Like, that isn't a guy who goes, oh, wait, you're saying I'm not supposed to do that to animals? Like, that's a dick thing to do? Oh, now you tell me. I see, I had no idea.
Weird.
You know what? He should just tell the judge that he thought the golden retriever said something anti-Semitic. And sure, they'll let him go. All right, let's
Hamas.
Yeah, let's head over to Rumble and do the thing that the audience paid for.
Yeah,
the Nick Fuentes deal. Head on over to Rumble. Let me put the link in the YouTube chat so that you guys can swing on over. we're going to do this Nick Fuentes Israel deal. I haven't played it yet. I haven't watched it yet because, again, I didn't want to. I didn't want to, like, how should I say this? I didn't want to, like, know what was in it, so to speak. Like, I didn't want to be like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. But I did. But you guys were like, how much for you to play it? And I'm like, you guys knock out the goal by 8:30 today. I'll do it.
And then you got a deal.
And then you did. Not only that, you guys went over by $1.60. So we're going to be under 200 to start tomorrow morning's show. That's awesome. Thank you. All right. Goodbye, YouTube. Hello, Rumble. Hello, Nick Fuentes video here. And